A good Wednesday, everybody. Welcome. This is the Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning has the day off. What's up, everybody? Yeah, Josh has the day off today. What are we going to talk about? Well, we got a lot on my mind. We'll get you involved early and often. Help me out on the text board, 609-403-0973. A prominent ESPNer has proclaimed Howie Roseman as maybe the best ever. We'll dive into that a little bit later on in the show. Also, there is one small reason for hope for the 76ers this year. We'll get into that a little bit later on in the show. Thoughts on the Phillies, ideas for them. We talked yesterday about the Phillies and whether or not, you're excited and ready to go. Does winning a Super Bowl dampen things? And I want to get into that as we start today's show. And this is what I mean. The chase. We talked about this. A.J. Brown said the chase is something that he likes more than the win. I think that's the nature of sports in general, right? Even as fans. Do we enjoy the chase more than the actual victory? And this is what I'll say, okay? So the Eagles won the Super Bowl this year. I was thinking about this as I was driving home last night. I don't know why this weird thought came into my head. But like in what I do, okay, I do sports talk radio. That's my job. That's what I do for a living. And I'm driving home and I say, I'm reflecting, right? I'm reflecting on the season that the Eagles just had. And I say to myself, they just went to the Super Bowl. Now what? Can I really expect them to go to the Super Bowl again? Let's say they do. Let's say the Eagles go back to the Super Bowl and maybe they even win it. At what point do you as a fan, like you go into a season, you want to win the Super Bowl. If you win one Super Bowl, can you enter the next season saying, I want to win 2, 3, 4 in a row? Like at some point, you're going to be disappointed. And I guess my thought on this was, let's say you are a fan of the team. Part of, I think, what makes the fan base passionate, who has the most passionate fan bases? When I say to you guys out there, and you can text in at 609-403-0973, okay? I'll just throw out this question. When I say, give me organizations that you view that have the most passionate fan bases, are they ones that have won a lot of titles, or are they actually ones who have been chasing to win titles? The Philadelphia Eagles are perceived to have a very passionate fan base. Is part of the reason for the passion the chase? Do we look at the Kansas City Chiefs and say, man, they got a really passionate fan base? I mean, I think in Kansas City they do. They have a very good home crowd. They have a really good passionate fan base. But do you view them from the outside looking in as that passionate fan base? When you have success, does your interest wane a little bit? So like the Eagles win the Super Bowl this year. Okay, now what? You enter this season saying, okay, I want to win back-to-back. Back-to-back would be really cool, right? Go back-to-back. Let's say they accomplish that. They win back-to-back Super Bowls. Do you go in and say three-peat? Okay, I guess three-peat is something that is attainable. We just saw a team try for the three-peat. They didn't get it, but at least you think it's attainable, right? Let's say they win 3 in a row. In the 4th year, do we really expect them to, like, at what point do you enter the season knowing or saying, you know what, I'm just not as invested this year. They won a Super Bowl. Maybe they've won 2. I just can't, dial it back up again. This might have entered my mind through the conversation that we had with Bob Wankel on Monday's show when I asked him, do you think the attendance at Citizens Bank Park will take a hit this year? And he said he thinks it will. And the reason he said he thinks the attendance might take a dip this year is why? Well, the Eagles. And it's not why you think it's the Eagles. It's how much money did you put out for the Eagles' run this year? How much money did you put out for wild card game, divisional round game, NFC championship game, Super Bowl merch? That's a lot of money extra that you have put out on the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, keep in mind, over the last couple of years, you probably spent money. Now, you might say, hey, I'm spending money on the Phillies World Series in 2022. I'm spending money on the Phillies playoff run in 2023. I'm spending money on the Phillies playoff run in 2024. I spent money on the Eagles. So at some point, you probably think to yourself, I'll just find a way to do it. I'll just find a way to continue to put money out there to support my teams. But at what point do you say to yourself, you know what? I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I'll ride along with the Eagles. I'll have a good time, but I think I'm good with this team. 609-403-0973. Got a little breaking news to the show right now. According to reports, the Eagles have named Kevin Patullo the offensive coordinator. So he will be the next offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. McMullen will join us at 3 o'clock today. The team has put this out on their social media. So Kevin Patullo has been promoted to the Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator. And I do want to get into this because I do have some thoughts on it. But for you guys out there, is what I'm saying, does that resonate at all with you? Or am I just having this drive home, having a weird conversation with myself that why do the there you go, for the people watching on YouTube, Patullo has been named offensive coordinator. So you got that as we kind of start the show today. At what point do we say they won a Super Bowl, but it's actually like, here's an example. I contend that baseball took a hit when the Cubs won the World Series. And I contend that baseball took a little bit of a hit after the Red Sox won, and then it furthered when the Cubs won. Baseball was a game that had this mystique about those two particular franchises. The curse of the Bambino, the curse of the Billy Goat. And when you lose those allures, you lose some casual fans. You have these casual fans who are maybe aware of the curse of the Bambino. Oh, well, why is that? Well, they traded Babe Ruth away, and they said they would never win. And then 80, 90 years go by, and they haven't won, and that becomes something. The casual fan is like, this is kind of interesting. Why hasn't this team been able to win? Same with the Cubs, the lovable losers, the curse of the Billy Goat. This is a story. When the Red Sox won, the Cubs were all that was left. And then in 2016, the Cubs go and ruin everything, and they win a World Series. And now you've lost both of those stories. And baseball, coincidentally, has not been as popular. Now you might say that's ridiculous. Maybe. I don't know. But those two things are gone from the game. Football, some of the most passionate fan bases are the ones that have never won. Now the Philadelphia Eagles have won 2. Now I'm not saying that is diminished. We'll find out, I guess. I don't anticipate that happening. But who has some of the most passionate fan bases? Well, the Cleveland Browns, the Detroit Lions. Those are fan bases that are starving. Buffalo Bills. They are starving for wins. Like when I asked the question before, what's a fan base that you perceive to be very passionate? Buffalo, Detroit, Cleveland. What do they all have in common? They've never won a Super Bowl. The Minnesota Vikings, they're another one. No Super Bowl. Very passionate fan base. You don't say, man, those Rams fans are really passionate. Well, they got a lot of Super Bowls. Not a lot, but, they've got plenty. They got enough. I mean, even the New England Patriots, like, do you perceive the Patriots as this overly passionate fan base? Like, I think they have, look, Boston as a city is filled with great passionate fans. But is it the New England Patriots fans that stand out? Maybe the Red Sox. Not anymore. Why? Well, the Red Sox lost the allure. They're no longer the team that we perceived as losers or can't get over the hump. They've done it already. I'm wondering where the next incarnation of Philadelphia fans, like the young kids right now that are growing up with this team that all they know, is championships. It's an interesting dynamic. People in my age bracket, we grew up with lousy teams. And then we had the McNabb era, so we started to get more accustomed to victories, and then we finally win this Super Bowl. But when the Eagles win the Super Bowl, I think most of us, I was in my 40s. So as a kid, I didn't feel much success. It was always disappointment around the Eagles. It wasn't until I got to college that the Eagles turned into a successful organization, but still had not won a Super Bowl. So the chase was always on. And now you've won 2 Super Bowls. How will the young kids 20, 30, 40 years from now perceive the Philadelphia Eagles? 609-403-0973. Interesting thought on that. Wanted to hear what you guys have to kind of enter to the equation on that. All right, so let's get into Kevin Petula. So according to reports, Kevin Petula will be the new offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. He will call plays on offense, and he has been a part of this team's offense for the last couple of seasons. He has been the pass game coordinator. So you might say to yourself, has the passing game been very good? The answer to that question has been no. I think there's been some meat on the bone. So is Kevin Petula going to come in here and elevate the passing game? Is Kevin Petula going to be a guy who can unlock some of the deficiencies that this offense had? Now the question would be, well, what were these deficiencies? We won the Super Bowl. When you win the Super Bowl, teams now focus on you. They emulate you. They want to do what you have done. And they start to study you more. And every team now takes their best shot at you. When the Eagles went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, they got off to a 10-1 start. They had a new coordinator. And then it kind of flamed out and just blew up in their face. So can Kevin Petula keep this team rocking and rolling on the same track? I think it's a fascinating discussion. We talked about it about 2 weeks ago during the Nuggets segment. Nick wanted an outside voice. I was more in line with keeping the continuity of Kellen Moore with Kevin Petula's, keeping the synergy of him being on the staff. When you knew that Kellen Moore was going to leave, Kevin Petula's name came up. I don't know how many people out there know who Kevin Petula is. However, there is a lot that we could discuss about him. He was the top candidate inside the organization. He's been the passing game coordinator for the Eagles. He was hired by Nick Sirianni. They came over together from Indianapolis. He was the wide receivers coach. He was the pass game specialist. So he's a guy who is more inclined to throw the football. Do you like the sound of that? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. If I told you had a 2,000-yard rusher, but the plan is we're going to throw the ball more, are you okay with that? And I don't know that to be certain. I'm just going off the guy's background. He is a pass game specialist, wide receivers coach. He wants to most likely, or is more inclined, or feels more comfortable throwing the football. So in 2023, you take a look back at Petula. He was still on the staff with Brian Johnson. He got passed over for that job for Brian Johnson. He was still the pass game coordinator. But you take a look back at that team and say, what did they like about Brian Johnson then that they did more than Kevin Patullo? Now, Patullo apparently was pretty close with Moore, worked kind of hand in hand with him, and even though Moore was the play caller, Patullo was the pass game coordinator. Goes back to the question, did you like the Eagles' pass game, and do you want to see more of it in 2025? Now, these two guys, Moore and Patullo, kind of at the hips, heavily involved in the game plan. They were heavily involved in all the play calling, meetings and all that kind of stuff. And you take a look at Kevin Patullo, and he is more inclined and lockstep, though, with Nick Sirianni. Are you comfortable with that? 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Couple text messages coming in. Let's read and react to those. Mike Graziano reported the NFL cap is going up $20 million. How does that now impact Howie's thinking regarding the Eagles returning free agents? Perhaps they can keep Williams and Bond, even Becton. What's your thoughts? Phil, $20 million. I have seen this. I actually saw Micah Parsons kind of subtweet it, and looks like a lot of the free agents to be and current are very excited about that. Listen, the cap going up can't do anything but help bring these guys back. We know that Howie is a master manipulator of the cap, and it's like it is Howie who has ways to do it, but it's also Jeffrey, Phil, to kind of explain a little bit more. They can bring, let's say, for instance, Mekhi Becton. They can give Becton, I think yesterday, what were we talking about? Mekhi Becton, let's go to the projection on Becton. 4 years, $40 million. So that's about $10 million a year. All right? So they could say to Mekhi Becton, we will pay you $2 million a year, and we'll give you a signing bonus up front of, they can give them, who knows, what, $30 million? Hey, here's $30 million of that $40 million as a bonus, but you're only going to make $2 million a year. That's something that they can do that manipulates the cap, because now all of a sudden you're only getting charged on the cap $2 million a year. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Text board is open throughout the show. We'll get you on board over there. So that's how they can kind of do something. So it's really, do the Eagles have the will and the want and the money on hand to put that money up? Now, they just went to the Super Bowl. I'm sure they made some extra money. Those home playoff games, they help. Now, they don't get the full gate for the home playoff games, but they get, something for that. I mean, they get, obviously they make money on having home playoff games, but it's not as we thought. If you look at what the Eagles have, though, they have that ownership in Jeffrey Lurie, who has been willing to do that. They have been willing to pay the heavier signing bonus up front, so you get that money up front and lesser salary. And then the lesser salary means lesser cap hits. That's the big difference there. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. We're just getting started. The Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Definitely want to hear your thoughts on the opening today. Does winning a Super Bowl or a championship actually diminish your passion, or does it make it grow even more? Let us know. 609-403-0973. Kevin Patullo is the Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator, and he is being promoted from pass game coordinator to offensive coordinator. We got that on the table. John McMullen at 3, football at 4. Also, Scott Grayson tonight at 5 o'clock will join us here on the Sports Bash. Is he the best ever? That's coming up. More Sports Bash on the way. 97.3 ESPN. All right, 226 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? The Eagles have made it official. They have promoted Kevin Bettullo. He is the new offensive coordinator. He replaces Kellen Moore. And now we'll see what's next there. And obviously it's hard to say, hey, what do we know about Kevin Bettullo? Well, he hasn't called plays. He hasn't really had a huge role in the offense that we know of on game day. Now, he does a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff. I guess I'll start off with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Mike, do we like that the Eagles stayed in-house here with this hire? Instead of bringing in a new voice, it looks like you're going to keep a lot of synergy, streamline what you've basically been doing with Kellen Moore. And then probably he's been here for 4 years, so he's had a voice in here for the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you like how the Eagles' offense sort of functioned this season, the combination of the running and the passing, and you want to give Jalen Hurts some continuity back there. You want to give the whole team some continuity, so you assume the new guy is going to continue to do what the old guy did since it was so successful. He's been around the building for 3 or 4 years. There's been a lot of changes in that position the past couple of seasons, so I think it's good to stay in-house and give them a sense of continuity, and you would expect not to see too many changes between this season and next season.
Yeah, Mike, I guess one thing is he's the pass game coordinator. He's been the wide receivers coach, so he's got a passing background. Do we want to see the Eagles pass more?
Well, the Eagles want to pass more, I'll tell you that. Jeffrey Lurie probably wants to throw more. And, we'll see how that plays out. They've got the great weapon in the backfield in Saquon Barkley. But, again, you look at NFL history, and no running back has ever put 2 years back-to-back the way that Saquon Barkley has this season. No one's ever rushed for 2,000 and the next season rushed for 2,000. So it's good to keep some diversity in that offense. You know, to win in the NFL, you have to throw the football on a consistent basis. So, yeah, I think it's just a good move by them. You know, why mess with success and keep going and give Hurts some continuity so he doesn't have to deal with another change, getting to know somebody from outside of the organization.
Yeah, Mike, that was the balance here, right? It's like there might be a better candidate who has more experience. You know, we had Britton Covey on at the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and he admitted that Brian Johnson maybe wasn't the right decision because he had no experience as a play caller. Now, Kevin Bettullo, you've got a Super Bowl team, and you're saying you're green as grass, here you go, here's the offense. However, you just said it. You bring in another voice, now you're learning a new offense with new terminology. They were in a tough spot here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously replacing one of the big coordinators is a tough spot, but it's the price of winning. And this guy, having been there for 3 to 4 seasons, like you said, same terminology, same basic philosophy. You've got Nick Sirianni still there. He's an offensive guy. He's going to be a guy to kind of oversee the organization. Now, he's a Super Bowl winning head coach, a guy who's, as a head coach, has been in Super Bowls 2 of the last 3 years. If there is ever sort of a system for a guy in-house to break into and be successful, it would be what the Eagles have in place right now. Now, that didn't work for Brian Johnson, but again, you look back at that season, and they were 10-1 before things went south, and that was just as much the defense's fault as the offense's fault. So, you know, you look at that season last year and you say maybe it wasn't as bad at the time that we all thought it was.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. So Kevin Bettullo is the new offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. Mike, I was talking beforehand, you know, sports is a very interesting thing right now, the evolution. And I would say, who are some of the most passionate fan bases? And a lot of times the answers are teams seemingly that haven't won, right? It's that chase that gets the fans passionate about the chase. And once the team wins, do the fan bases lose that passion a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's just human nature, right? I mean, we talked about it the other day with the Boston Red Sox. You know, their 2004 World Series title, the first one since 1918. I'm sure the Boston Red Sox fans appreciated that more than, the 2013 title or the 18 title. That's just human nature. You know, if the New York Mets were to win next season or this season coming up, it would be their first one since 1986. I would appreciate that tremendously. However, if they won in 2026 and go back-to-back, I would still enjoy myself, but it wouldn't be the same as winning this year, right? You know, that's just human nature. And the gap in between winning, you know, is kind of what makes, you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So the years you go without a championship, you know, the New York Giants, I love the 1986 Giants because they were the first team to win a Super Bowl in Giants history and the first team to get to that level since the 1960s. So that team has a special place in my mind. That team has more of a special place than the 1991 Giants, who beat the Bills, and that was a great Super Bowl, but it was the second one in 5 years. It wasn't the first one ever. So, yeah, the first one makes a big difference.
Well, and, you know, I'm driving home last night, and I'm thinking, okay, you know, as, you know, I now transition in my job from covering the Eagles on a daily basis to, okay, what's next? I got to set up, you know, my spring, summer shows, and I said, now you go into next year, do you really go in thinking you can win 2 Super Bowls? Yeah, okay, back-to-back. And then what? Do you say 3? At what point does that chase kind of say, well, it's not, it is irrational to think you can win 3, 4, 5. You know what I'm saying? It's like a weird feeling of like once you got 1, maybe 2, where does it go from there?
Right. It'll be interesting to see what happens. You know, Mike, I've never rooted for a team that's won a lot in a row, so maybe we got to get a Yankees fan on the show or a Patriots fan on the show and kind of ask them, because my teams, the Mets won in 1986, the Knicks won in 1973. They haven't won since. So the Rangers won in 1994. So there's been a big gap there. So I don't know quite. I'd like to find out how that feels. I'd like to find out, hey, am I enthusiastic about my third straight Super Bowl victory as I was my first one? I'd love to find out, but maybe we'll have to ask the Patriots fan that. It is just human nature, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. This is 2 Super Bowls now, 17. You get 1 this year. Are we going to live and die the way we have in the past? If they have a bad game and lose the opener next year, is it going to be overreaction? I guess it'll be overreaction Friday because I assume they'll play that Thursday night. Will, you know, if Hurt does a bad game in week 3, will we be, you know, out on the ledge together wondering what happens? Or will we be somewhat satiated and somewhat calmer because of the 2 Super Bowls in the past 5 or 6 years?
Well, we saw it the last time they won a Super Bowl. They got booed in the first half of the first game. So I feel like Eagles fans have a unique ability to detach from one year to the next pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that's football too, right? Because it's, you know, it's only once a week and you don't get overwhelmed by it, and it just lends itself to reacting big to the moment. You know, it's not baseball where there's 162 games. It's not basketball where there's 82 games, and those sports kind of come in and out of the sunlight during their 6-month season. So it is football, and I guess in some sense, every NFL franchise overreacts or reacts at the, you know, on a level of 10 on a scale of 1 to 10 to what happens every week. But I do think it'll be interesting to see what happens if this Super Bowl makes a difference, or if they're losing at halftime Thursday of next year when they open up against, you know, maybe the Baltimore Ravens or something. You know, will they get booed off the field at halftime, or will they get some grace from winning this year and being so dominant the way they were this year?
Yeah, we're talking with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. You talk about a team that hasn't won a title in a long, long time, and that's the 76ers. They'll get back in action tomorrow night. Mike, I just, out of curiosity, looked at the website Tankathon. They have the 4th easiest schedule left this season. Does that matter at all?
Well, it doesn't matter to me because, Mike, even if they were to make the play-in and then wind their way through the play-in and make the legitimate, in quotes, NBA field, there's, in my mind, no chance that they're going to pull off what the Miami Heat did a few seasons ago, and that's come from the play-in and make the NBA title game, make the NBA final, only because we all know that Embiid is in capable of standing up to the grind of a 2 to 3 month playoff push, of playing every other day after you get out of that first round. He's physically incapable of doing it, and that's the question I think the 76ers have to ask themselves. They got to sit down and right now and say, even if we make the playoffs, do we think Joel Embiid and Paul George, for that matter, in their current physical condition, can be at 100% in the playoffs and play in, I'm not even going to say 100% of the playoff games, Mike. I'm going to say 90% of the playoff games. If the answer to that question is no, then I think the Eagles need to shut it down, try to protect that draft pick this year, and build for the future.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck in a weird spot here with all the money that they put out. I talked about this the other day. I think it might have been yesterday. This has got to be going back to 2001 when they went to the finals and lost that series to the Lakers, Mike. Probably the biggest disappointment of a season, and that includes process years where you knew you were losing because you had legitimate hope this season. This and maybe the Bynum year have to be the two most disappointing with this probably, because the Bynum team, they went to the Eastern Conference, the second round, went to Game 7 and lost. Then they broke that team up because they said, hey, that was kind of fluky. Derrick Rose got hurt. They go out and get Bynum thinking, hey, we needed a star type of player. He never plays. But I would think this team is the most disappointing team in 25 years.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would call it the most disappointing team in 25 years because, Mike, to me, and you can debate when did the process begin, when did the process end, all that sort of stuff. Some people say it ended when Hinkie left. Some people say it's still going on. But to me, this is the official end of the process because, to me, you're kind of running out of hope. All those past seasons of the process, you had plenty of runway. You said, okay, we've got Ben Simmons. What's he going to be like? We got Markelle Fultz. Oh, he's struggling now. What's he going to be like? We still have Embiid. Embiid is an MVP. He's one of the top players in the league. He's got skills that, few big men, if ever, have ever showed on an NBA court. But to me, you're running out of hope. And that's what the process was about. It was about creating hope and anticipation for the future. Well, with this Sixers team, you have almost no hope for the future and no anticipation of good times ahead. So I think this is why it's so disappointing because you don't see better days ahead for the first time in a long time with the Philadelphia 76ers. You kind of sitting there saying, is this all there is? Did we do all this just to, lose in the second round of the playoffs and then see Embiid's career get cut short?
Well, you're right.
I think that's the case. Yeah. You're losing hope here.
And listen, as you said, when it starts, when it ends, the moral of the story is when you're in the moment, everything seems like it just happened. Joel Embiid got drafted over 10 years ago. He missed his first 2 years. I mean, you've been taking shots at this for 8 to 10 years, and you haven't been able to get further than you wanted to. But you said it. You were hopeful. They did have teams that you thought had a shot. Now, they ended in a disappointing fashion. The problem now is you've taken those 8 to 10 shots. You're never getting them back, and now you don't have a lot to show for it because of all the mistakes you made along the way that Embiid turned out to be really the only piece of all those puzzles. I mean, you took a couple shots with Ben Simmons when he actually was an NBA-level player, and it didn't work out. Those guys were a little too young at that age. Well, guess what? Simmons kind of went off the deep end and never matured into the player you would hope. Embiid then had to keep riding shotgun with somebody new every year. You'll never get that time back. That's where the problem becomes. Now you got a guy who's at the end of the line, and you don't have a lot of assets to show for it.
Yeah, and it's really remarkable, like you talk about the span of time and the players that have come through here. For God's sakes, J.J. Redick was a key part of a 76ers team. He's coaching the Lakers now. James Harden was here. And ultimately, the Sixers' failure is going to be with all those picks and trades and this and that, they never got the right guys in here to sort of complement Embiid and take it to the next level. The closest they probably came, Mike, was 2019. And, who knows what would have happened if Kawhi Leonard's shot doesn't bang on the rim 3 times in Game 7, or Kawhi Leonard isn't, for the first time in a long time, remarkably healthy and able to carry Toronto, through the playoffs themselves. So that, when you look back at it, is probably the opportunity that when you look at this whole Sixers area, you're going to point to 2019 and say, boy, that was the year. That was the year we really let it slip away.
Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And then finally, the Phillies getting ready for the Grapefruit League opener on Saturday. And really, not a lot of big stories out of there, Mike. This team looks like it's pretty set. There's not a lot of position battles. The five-man rotation seems pretty set and ready to go. There's really, who's going to be the last bench guy? Maybe is there a bullpen spot? But one of the stories I think will be interesting is, what do they do with Taijuan Walker? He's not going to be in the starting rotation, but does he just have to hang around the team because?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. Like you said, that's a great point. He's still got 2 years left on that $72 million contract, so they still owe him $36 million. It'll be interesting to see how he throws in spring training, and is he a guy that they kind of just keep at the back of the bullpen? Is he that last guy in the bullpen? Maybe appears mop-up duty, a starter gets rocked up early, he can come in, give you 3 to 4 innings, and maybe you keep him around. If he pitches well in spring training, Mike, I keep him around only because you can never have too much starting pitching. We saw it last year with the Phillies. Dave Dombrowski admitted this year, if we had a number 5 starter, if I had done a better job and gone out and got a number 5 starter, that team would have won 100 games last year instead of 95 games. You never have too much starting pitching. So if Taijuan Walker shows that he can pitch a little bit here in spring training, I'm keeping him around because, Mike, you play 162 games, 9 innings every day, at least 9. Every game I've ever gone to, somebody pitches. Somebody's got to pitch in August. Somebody's got to pitch in September. You're going to need 8, 9, 10 starters to get through a season, even if everybody stays healthy. So I keep Taijuan Walker around just for that reason. And as for the Phillies, the calmer they are in spring training, the better it is for everybody. There should be no news. The Phillies' goal in spring training between now and the season opener on March 27th in Washington should be to absolutely make no news whatsoever. That would be a great spring training for the Phillies.
Yeah, Mike, and the thing for Walker for me is, if he pitches in long relief and can show some sign of improvement, is there a team that says at the deadline, we need some back end of the rotation guy, we'll take a shot with him, here's a 19-year-old single-A pitcher, here you go? I mean, that's your best case scenario, I would guess.
Yeah, that's another great point. And you figure, halfway through the season, you're halfway through, another year on his contract there. So I guess he's getting $18 million a year, so it's $9 million. So now you're down to $25 million, and it's a lot easier to kind of eat or trade away a guy with $25 million left on his contract as opposed to a guy with, $36 or $72 million on his contract. But again, think of the guys who started games for the Phillies last year: Tyler Phillips, Michael Mercado. I mean, a bunch of guys that I'm even forgetting. The guy from Atlanta that came in and pitched in Atlanta, had a couple of starts. You need more than 5 guys. And if Taijuan Walker shows that he's capable of throwing, 3, 4, 5 innings, I think you stash him at the back of that bullpen because you never know what's going to happen down the road.
All right, Phil's getting ready this weekend. They'll start on Saturday. Some pitcher I've never heard of before will get to start on Saturday. It's up on our website, 97.3 ESPN.com. He's Mike McGarry, and, of course, you can check him out at thepressofatlanticcity.com. And he'll be back on Friday on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Mike. Thanks.
And, of course, the Sports Bash on Friday will be live on the road again. Yes, the Sports Bash out at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. We got tickets to see The Weeknd. We'll be giving away. Stop out, check out the new spot. Opening day for them. Opening day for spring training on Saturday. We are just kicking off the first hour of the Sports Bash. Coming up at 3, John McMullen gives his insight on Kevin Patullo. He's the new offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. They announced that about a half an hour ago. A couple text board messages we'll get to. 609-403-0973. Send us a text. Download the free mobile app. Message us through the app on your phone. It's all powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Got some good text message here. Mike, I got absolutely destroyed on Reddit for saying that I would rather watch the 10-win Sixers any day of the week than this year's team. At least that team played with heart. Now, they weren't any good because they had nobody because they were tanking, but at least they played with heart. I don't know what this guy's name is, but I've said that many times. I would watch the process teams over this team. This team's painful to watch. This team stinks. They're not fun. I said the other night, this is the only team that could take the joy out of watching Tyrese Maxey. Now, Maxey's had some great games and individual efforts, but it's even like painful watching him some nights. This has been one of the least entertaining, fun seasons, and it's everywhere. The coach, I'm not like hate the coach guy, and I don't think Nick Nurse should be fired or anything like that. I'm not saying he's done good, bad, or indifferent job. But his body language stinks every night of the week. He constantly looks like he's miserable. He constantly looks like he's disinterested because I'm sure he's frustrated as hell. One night you have Embiid, one night you don't. One night Embiid plays, Paul George can't play. Then one night George can finally play, and Embiid and Maxey can't play. It has been an utter disaster, this team. So I would agree with that guy. If you're getting destroyed on Reddit, I would assume you're probably in the right. Those people are lunatics on Reddit. I don't even know what Reddit really is. I hardly ever use that platform. But I can, from what I understand, it's some woos out there on the Reddit there. So maybe stay off Reddit, and we'll have thoughts, you and I, together on that, because I agree. I would take those 10-win Sixer teams feel much better than this one. Mike, my passion regarding the Eagles cannot be any higher after winning the Super Bowl. I'm curious to hear from a fan on how or why they would feel otherwise. Success makes them bored? I don't know that it makes you bored, but it's hard. It's like you go through the regular season, and it's like, how high level of intensity can I get over 162 or 82? You know, I understand it's not that it gets them bored, but it's like, how much energy can you put towards another season? And you know what I'm saying? I hope I don't know. I guess I can relate to what those people are saying. I can also relate to someone like you. Hey, you are filled with passion and joy about this team, which you should be. They just won a Super Bowl, and you want to win another one. But I think there are some people out there that put so much energy and passion in winning that Super Bowl, and once you do it, it's almost like, now what? Mike Gill, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, be a part of the show. John McMullen will be a part of the show coming up next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN as he joins us with his thoughts on the new Eagles offensive coordinator. Did they make the right decision? Was it the only decision? Next. 3 o'clock, Sports Bash. Welcome back, everybody. This hour is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for plumbing, heating, service, and installation for generations. 609-390-3907. Online, broadleafs.net. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We got a lot to dive into this hour, including the Philadelphia Eagles making a decision at offensive coordinator. Joining us now to discuss the Eagles' decision as we take a look at what's next for the Philadelphia Eagles offense. John McMullen, Birds 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. He joins us now as the Philadelphia Eagles, John, have made their decision. Kevin Patullo is the new offensive coordinator. Not a surprise. But what do we know about Kevin that possibly might be different about this offense moving forward?
I don't think there's going to be much different about the offense. I mean, if you look at the offense through Nick Sirianni, Shane Steichen, Brian Johnson, Kellen Moore, it looked very familiar. And that's certainly going to continue. Not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, they've been very successful. So I don't know what this constant need for change is, especially when you win the Super Bowl. You've been to 2 Super Bowls. You've made the playoffs 4 consecutive years, other than the massive expectations. But this is about, continuity and keeping it as close to what it was as a Super Bowl team. And there's nobody that Nick Sirianni trusts more than Kevin Patullo. So, I've been talking about it for a number of weeks, and they made it official today that was the way they were going to go ultimately.
I'll throw a couple things your way and just get your opinion on it, John. Is number one, Patullo has been a pass game coordinator, so he's been a part of the pass game, wide receivers coach. So obviously a lot of his background seems to be in passing. Is this a team that wants to throw the ball more moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's always the mindset. That was the mindset this spring and summer. But if it doesn't work, they'll scale back and they'll ride the running back and the offensive line. So, I mean, they've proven that one thing Nick has proven, he's going to do whatever it takes to win a football game on a particular game day. So, but when it comes to evolving the offense, yeah, I mean, they literally spent the entire spring and summer trying to evolve the offense and get a little bit more consistent in the passing game, and they scrapped it all in week 5. So it's one of those things where I thought it was unfair at the time, to be honest, but, they won whatever it was, 16 of 17 games, and they won the Super Bowl. So it's hard to argue with the decision.
Yeah.
But I thought it was a little bit unfair because if you look at those first 4 games, AJ didn't play 3 of them. In a final game, the final one of those 4 games, which was the ugly one and kind of spawned it all, was the Tampa Bay game. And they didn't have AJ, Devontae, or Lane Johnson in that game. So at the time, I thought it was an overreaction. I still think it was an overreaction, but then, they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. John, you've been around Kevin in his tenure. I know he's not a guy who's been out in the forefront, but is there anything you know about him or the way the organization thinks about him? He's the guy who got passed over for this job. They went with Brian Johnson. He has been kind of side by side with Nick. There's that contingent out there that, worry, will Nick kind of take some play calling duties back, or will he have a little bit more voice than he did before? Here's a guy who's never had play calling duties. I had Britton Covey on the show 2 years ago, and he said, well, Brian Johnson was really good, but we probably should have had someone with some experience. Should they have looked at someone with a team that's coming off a Super Bowl that maybe has some experience in this role?
Well, in a lot of ways, I think, because of the position, you have to look at each individual year. I think if it were completely up to Nick, Kevin might have had the job really a couple of years ago, to be honest. If you think about, he's been, for those who don't know, he's been his right-hand man since he got here, so 2021. If you remember back in the COVID days, there was a danger that and the Eagles had already had named that if he was not going to coach, Kevin Petullo was going to be the head coach. So I don't know if people remember that.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Well,
that happens a lot too, John, where, when a guy gets fired, the interim sometimes isn't like the higher profile coach. It's it's an offensive line coach, or it's a special teams coordinator. It's somebody who's kind of like neutral.
Well, a lot of the times it is interim coaches are usually special teams coordinators. The thought process behind that is they're the only other coach that works with the entire team. And from the standpoint of Kevin, because of the way they set it up, he's the associate head coach. He's sort of, I don't want to say to that degree, but he sort of dipped his toes in that realm. And Nick just talked about, like, he runs every decision by Kevin Petullo, and as a sort of sounding board. So he's been that guy for a while. Now, when you look at the transition from Shane Steichen to Brian Johnson, that's where I think if Nick had his druthers at the time, Kevin would have gotten the offensive coordinator job at that point. However, the organization was concerned because Brian Johnson at the time was getting a number of interviews to be a coordinator at the jump from quarterbacks coach. So the Eagles were concerned they were going to lose him. And that's why he got elevated. And then obviously when things went wrong with him, then sort of Jeffrey and Howie, basically more Jeffrey, insisted that they go outside the organization. And that's how you get to Kellen Moore. And now, because he did win the Super Bowl, now he's got the cachet to do what he wants to do. So I think that's what happened.
Kellen Moore, kind of an uneven year. I don't know what you make of it, but it seemed like he hit stride at the right time, right? So this is where the continuity comes into play. Hey, the first half of the year, I don't know what I was really watching there. And then, okay. And then these last two games, 55, 40 points, you would like to see that continue to grow. Does that play a factor in this decision?
Well, I don't think you can ever, even if Kellen came back, I don't think you could expect those types of performance consistently over 17 weeks.
No, but would you agree that the offense was somewhat, I had Brian Billick on at the Super Bowl, and he said, they probably left a little meat on the bone here. Not that they were bad.
No, they left a lot of meat on the bone.
Okay, so you agree.
Yeah, I mean, they had 29th ranked passing offense in the regular season.
Well, this goes back to, I was on your show today, and, where's Jalen Hurts? I mean, if he's the number one quarterback in football or number 5, I don't know what that matters. But they're the number 29 passing game, but that's almost by choice, or is it because they didn't think they could throw the ball better?
Well, I think their thought process was as long as they don't turn the ball over, they're going to win, is what it came down to. And they were turning it over too much in those first 4 games. And the easiest way not to turn it over is don't throw it a lot of times. And they're, played from the lead the vast majority of the time. They could run the football very effectively. And they ended up going on that tremendous run where they didn't turn the football over basically at all. So the first 3 playoff games, they didn't turn it over at all. They had a +10, and they did turn it over once in the Super Bowl, but still a positive turnover ratio. And their mindset was, we're better than you, and if we don't beat ourselves, we're going to win the game. And as I said, it worked out as that was the case. But 29th is 29th. It's not good. And if you if you look at, I think you and I talked about that last week. If you look at, in a lot of ways, you can make the argument that the 2023 offense was better than the 2024 offense when they, scapegoated people because they, the defense was atrocious. And
yeah, that's an interesting one, right? You had the defense was so bad, but the last 7 weeks of the season were so bad that it lumped everybody into the stink.
Yeah, it would have been interesting if you can't do it, but if you could place Vic Fangio's number one defense with that offense, would they have been even better?
Well, that's constantly been the talk with this personnel group since they really put it together, John, is, and then coupled with the year that Hurts had when they went to the Super Bowl the last time, that version of Hurts, and then you're like, I got AJ, I got Smith, you have this great offensive line. Many people look at Goddard as, probably a top 10 player there. And then you added Saquon Barkley. It was almost like, holy mackerel. And then you watch this team this year, and why Barkley was elite, you were watching an offense that you were just kind of underwhelmed by many times. It took like a big run by Barkley to kind of give you the wow factor.
Yeah, I think if you take a step back and you're honest with yourself, other than the 2021 season, which was Jalen's first as a starter, so we're talking 2022, 2023, 2024, the Super Bowl winning team was the worst of the three offenses.
You're saying this year?
Yeah. But, they won the Super Bowl because they had the number one defense, which was historically good in the actual Super Bowl. And, they had an historic running game. So, the passing game was definitely, you could lean on the running game and say, well, the running game was so good. But the passing game, if you just want to limit it further to that, it's not even close. And even 2021 was better. I had said, because you won the Super Bowl, this was Jalen's worst season as a starting quarterback, worst regular season. I don't, as a starter, I don't think there's any question about that.
Worse than his first year?
Yeah, I would say after the 2-5 start, yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because, again, he wins the MVP, and then it's, okay, where do you put him? And quite frankly, I don't know where I put him. It depends on the week, really. 1 week he's top 5, 1 week he's top 10, some weeks he's bottom 20. I guess the question would be, is this offense so good? How many different quarterbacks do you think you could plug in here? Or do we not give enough credit to Hurts, saying, no, you can't just plug anybody into this offense and they're going to win?
No, I don't think you can plug just anybody in, but I think you could plug a solid group in, probably 5 to 7 guys that if you're going to have a similar, if you're going to have the same running game and the same defense, yeah, they're going to be very successful. And then it comes down to, you got to play well on the night. It's like NCAA tournament rules. I mean, I don't know why everybody thinks it's different in football, but it's very similar. Cinderellas, and all you have to do is play well for 60 minutes on a particular game day to beat somebody in the NFL. So you do have to play, and Jalen deserves credit for playing at a very high level in the Super Bowl. No doubt about that. And, somebody else could show up and have a bad Super Bowl. But, if you're being honest about judging quarterback play, which I think is, I said on my show this morning, it's just one of the worst conversations in maybe the world, never mind sports.
Well, person and who has this official list, right? Whose list is the one that's the one?
Nobody has an official list.
Right.
But, you talk to people in the industry and personnel people and scouting people. I mean, you have to evaluate quarterbacks a certain way, and the way to evaluate them is not, are they going to be good in the Super Bowl? It's, are they going to be good from play to play? And, Tom Brady's the one, and I think people should listen to Tom when it comes to quarterback play. He explained, he and Peyton Manning both explained how they judge themselves.
Yeah.
And I think everybody should listen to that. And they judge themselves not by yards, not by touchdowns, not even by Super Bowl rings, not by completion. None, no stats, certainly not passer rating. Do you get your team in position to have success, play to play to play to play?
Yeah.
That's how they judge themselves.
John McMullen's with us. Go ahead.
That's how people who evaluate the position judge the position.
John McMullen from Birds 365. You can watch him weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. John, the cap is going up to 22, at least by $22 million. Does that raise your eyes at all? That can change the potential futures of the key free agents here.
No, I don't think so. Other than everybody's got a little bit more money. But remember, everybody's under the same cap. So if it rises for you, it rises for everybody else a little bit. So there's no advantage the advantage is for the players getting a little bit more money as the budgets get a little bit higher. But no, it's no real change from the impact of players and how teams are going to go after them. And that's the real advantage that the Eagles generally have because, from covering this league for a long time now, I think, we always say you got to beat 31 other teams to win a Super Bowl. That's not really the case. I mean, the Eagles probably beat half of them before you even kick a football off, just by the way they approach the way they build teams, the way they build rosters. There's very few teams that do it the right way, and that's a huge advantage for the Eagles. And that carries over year after year.
I want to get your, I don't know that you've gone this deep into the roster thoughts yet, but are there any veterans that you think will not be here based on financial reasons that they might have to cut ties with or, salary thoughts and, cap space, that kind of stuff?
No, the one obvious one is Slay. Technically he's under contract, but he doesn't have any guaranteed money. So you're back where you were a couple of years ago when he almost left to go to Baltimore. And he's indicated he wants to play, continue to play. Had a very good season, but certainly something would have to be worked out. And the Eagles have a lot of young corners. Perhaps if Kaylee Ringo steps up in the offseason, maybe that's their hope, but could be the end of the road for Slay here. And for that matter, when you're 35 playing corner, it's been an amazing run for him. I think he's a Hall of Fame player. But, there's not a lot of teams that are going to be knocking down his door at that age to play cornerback in the NFL. Might be unfair, but that's just the reality of it. So that could help the Eagles if they want to run it back. But Howie's been through that before. Same thing with Brandon Graham, but he's more of a retirement situation. At some point, you got to turn the page on these guys, even though it's difficult and it's there's a lot of hard strings involved.
Well, and you mentioned it, John. They've got, at least in the secondary, Slay, there's a plethora of guys I guess they would be intrigued by. I don't know if they think any of them are ready to be the guy, but would Cooper DeJean be a guy they think about moving outside and replacing Slay with?
Yeah, I definitely think that's going to be something to look at moving forward at some point from the standpoint of, outside corner. At some point, the business comes into it, and outside corners make so much more money than slot corners. Now, it's still early for Cooper. A year or two, I don't think he's going to be stomping his feet, but at some point his agent's going to tell him, hey, you make a lot more money if you're playing outside. And he's certainly capable of doing it from an athleticism standpoint. Ultimately, and the Eagles drafted him to be an outside corner, for those who don't know. That's what the scouting department, the personnel people scouted him as. That's where he played the vast majority. There was a weird narrative that he did this at Iowa, that he did this at Iowa. Played outside corner at Iowa, except for about 5% of the time. So, that's what they scouted him as. He certainly, if anything, they're more emboldened that he's going to be ultimately an outside corner. And the fact that they make more money almost is a necessity. Whether that happens this year or next year, it's going to happen. I'll say that.
John McMullen's with us, and I guess they need to replace Doug Nussmeier. Is that an outside the organization type of deal? Where did they already fill that role?
No, not yet. They hired a passing game coordinator.
Oh, so they replaced Patullo.
Yeah, Parks Frazier, who worked with Nick in Indianapolis. So another familiar name. They're going to have to hire a quarterbacks coach. They didn't have an assistant for Doug a couple of years ago when Brian Johnson was the quarterbacks coach. Alex Tanney was the assistant quarterbacks coach, and when Brian became the offensive coordinator, they just promoted Alex Tanney, and that didn't work out. Well, at least according to the Eagles. They're going to have to get a quarterbacks coach, and that's important because the guy who works with Jalen Hurts on a daily basis. So, and they don't have an obvious succession plan in-house at that particular position.
We're talking with John McMullen. We'll get out on this because I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later on. But I want to get, we talked about this on your show this morning, but I did hear the bite from Mel Kiper, who proclaimed Howie Roseman as one of the best GMs in history and a sure Hall of Famer. Are we at that level where he is a sure Hall of Famer? He believes that he is not only the best GM in football, but one of the best GMs, if not the best GM in all of professional sports.
Amazing how they have the worm turds, man. It's amazing. Yeah, Howie's had a great run. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a ton of GMs. For a long time, they didn't put executives in the Hall of Fame. Now they do. He's going to be a Hall of Fame GM. I don't think there's any question about it. He's already built 3 Super Bowl rosters. He's got 2 Super Bowl championships. It looks like they're in a position to make significant runs for the next 2-3 years at the bare minimum. I think it's pretty comfortable to say that he's going to be a Hall of Fame GM. And deservedly so. I mean, he's very good at his job. But
he's pretty good at his job.
I always throw in Jeffrey deserves some credit as well because
no doubt.
Howie has the luxury of doing things other GMs can't do because of Jeffrey Lurie. So he deserves some credit as well.
John McMullen, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. You can watch him on Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And, of course, the Eagles have decided on their new offensive coordinator. Kevin Patullo is in, replacing Kellen Moore here on the Sports Bash. We're talking about it. And, of course, John, we always appreciate you, buddy.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, that's John. Of course, you can get John McMullen weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel on Birds 365. This hour of the show of the Sports Bash is brought to you by our friends at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907 online at broadlees.net. The Eagles named Kevin Patullo their former pass game coordinator. He is now the new offensive coordinator. And we'll dive into some more Eagles a little bit later on. Football at 4 is on the way with Geoff Mosher in 35 minutes from now. Scott Grayson tonight at 5 o'clock. When we come back, got some Phillies thoughts on my mind. We'll do that coming up next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, your home for the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers. 331 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, follow along. What's up, everybody? Josh has the day off today. Thanks to McMullen for jumping on board. 4 o'clock today, football at 4. Geoff Mosher will get his thoughts on Kevin Patullo. I got some Phillies thoughts I want to get into here. So I've heard a lot of discussion in the last couple days about the Phillies, not a lot of roster battles. I can't even think of one that really is worth paying much attention to. Who's going to be the last guy on the roster is essentially it. The guys at the bottom, the last 26 man basically is the one guy. And then I guess the long man, you got a whole bunch of guys who are kind of battling to be the long guy on this team. So there's been a lot of discussion about the batting order, to which there is a support staff out there for Kyle Schwarber in the leadoff hole. It appears that the Phillies are going to toy with the idea of moving him. I will say they are going to toy with the idea. It's not definitive, although I think it's going to at least happen to start the season. I got someone who messaged me on the X platform the other day, and I thought it was an interesting comment that I do want to kind of get into a little bit here. One, I think the batting lineup will be Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Castellanos, to which Glenn messages me on the X platform. He says there is zero chance Harper bats second. He's a run producer, and his ego gets in the way. Third is his spot. Love Glenn. I got to disagree, Glenn. I think that Harper would hit in the 2-hole. Now, I think the one spot where he will not hit is leadoff. But I don't think Harper has given any indication that he will not hit in the 2-hole. Now, he hasn't hit in the 2-hole all that much. Absolutely. He has not done it. But the team really hasn't asked him to do it. In terms of what's the best spot for him in the order, probably 3. He is a run producer. 3 is where he has hit, but there's a lot of great hitters in this league that do hit in the number 2 hole, and I do think that Bryce Harper is willing to do that. Now, if they said, hey, Bryce, we think you should be the leadoff hitter, I don't think he wants to do that, although he has done it in his career. I don't believe in Philly, but he has hit 38 times or in 38 games as a leadoff hitter, and he's actually been pretty good. 271 batting average, 369 on base, which is okay. His numbers in the 3 spot are outstanding. I mean, he has a 402 on base percentage. He has 228 home runs. He's hit in that spot over 1,000 games in his career. But he has hit in the 2-hole 213 games, which is the equivalent of over one season. The problem is he hasn't been very good in that 2-hole. So is that a concern for people? If I tell you, hey, the best configuration of the lineup might be Turner 1, Harper 2, Bohm 3, Schwarber 4. The problem is Harper might not be the Harper that he's been over the last couple of years if he's hitting 2, which I don't know why that would be the case. But his numbers suggest in the 2-hole, he's not as good. 251, 330 on base. His 330 on base percentage is the worst out of every spot in the lineup that he's ever hit. And I'm talking, he's hit in the 1-hole, 369. He's hit in the 3-hole, 402 on base. He's hit in the 4-hole, 402 on base. His best numbers are actually hitting 4th. So I guess you could ask the question, should you hit Harper 4 and Kyle Schwarber 2? I don't think the Phillies would do that, but Bryce Harper has had better numbers in the 4-hole than he has had in the 2-hole. Now, he's hit in the 2-hole more than he has hit in the 4-hole. There's a lot of numbers changing places here. I get it. As for Kyle Schwarber, hitting number 2, he's actually done that in his career in 121 games. It is actually one of the spots he's hit the most in. He's hit leadoff 505 games, and he has hit second in the lineup in 121 games. His numbers in the 2-hole, they're not great. 234, 345 on base percentage. Those numbers, some of the weaker numbers that he has throughout the spots that he's actually had a lot of at-bats in. His best numbers are either hitting number 1 in the lineup or hitting number 6 in the lineup. So those are the things that the Phillies really, I think, have to wrestle with here. But the lineup that I think you take a look at is Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Castellanos in the 5-hole. And then after that, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, one wild card, okay? There is a wild card here that after yesterday's news on Bryson Stott. Bryson Stott, everybody has this, fantasy in their mind of hitting Bryson Stott in the top half of the order. One problem with that is Bryson Stott is left-handed. Your best 2 hitters are also left-handed. So it's hard to find a spot for Stott to hit in the top of the lineup. But you could put potentially Stott in the 2-hole. The problem with that is then you put Harper in the 4-hole, which is what I said before. Harper's best numbers have come in the 4-hole, actually. His numbers are better at 4 than they are at 3, although he hasn't hit in that spot. But his numbers are better at 4 than they are 2. The question becomes, do we think Bryson Stott is ready for a bounce-back season? Because if he gives you the year that he had last year, you cannot hit him in the top of the order. However, Bryson Stott, interesting guy. His best spot in the order has been number 6. In the 6-hole, he hits .308 with a .361. That is the spot that I have kind of said that he should hit. And the spot would be Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Castellanos 5, Stott number 6, Real Muto number 7. That would put Kepler in the 8-hole, and then whoever plays center field in the 9-hole. Bryson Stott 6. However, the wild card would be, what if Bryson Stott is the guy that he was 2 years ago? If he's the guy last year, that guy is not good enough. But if he's the guy from 2023, what about that guy? All right, let's take a look. Bryson Stott in 2023, a much more productive hitter than he was in 2024. Now, the news came out yesterday that he was playing hurt basically this whole second half of the season. And if you look at his second half numbers, in the first half of the season, he hit .301. The second half of the season, he hit .253. Big drop off there, over 50 points, just about 50 points. His spots in the order last year, Bryson Stott generally hit in the 5-hole last year. He was not very productive. He hit .218. But in the 6-hole last year, he hit .357, and he hit there 35 games. The one spot that he hit 39 games, he batted in the leadoff spot. He was just okay. This is 2 years ago now. You go back to 2023 when he had his best season. They hit him in the leadoff spot 39 times, 39 games, I should say, and he was just okay. His .290 on-base percentage, just not enough for me. So Stott, to me, is a big wild card here. If Stott is more of the hitter that he was 2 years ago, he lengthens the lineup, and I hit him in the 6th spot. If Stott is the hitter that he was last year, now you have a decision to make. I don't know that I can hit him as high as number 6. I might have to go with Max Kepler in the 6th spot or Brandon Marsh in the 6th spot. I got JT and then Stott and then the center field spot. 609-403-0973. So even though Stott was hurt last year and it was disappointing the season he had, he has really not been a very productive leadoff guy. A lot of people have this dream and fantasy of hitting him in the top of the order. And unfortunately, I would love Stott. He projects up there. He just has not produced in that spot. Doesn't mean that he can't or that he shouldn't. He just has not been productive there. But I think Stott is the wild card to this whole lineup because you could either, he's like the chess piece. He either lengthens the lineup to give you a lot more depth at the back end, or, see, here's the problem. You hit him in the top of the lineup, now you're pushing somebody down the lineup, and that means they don't want to hit Schwarber in the 5-hole. They don't want to move him from 1 to 5. So that's another reason why I don't see them moving Stott into the top half of that lineup. I don't think they have any problem hitting Harper number 2. So I think it's going to be Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Castellanos, Stott. If you could have Stott hitting in that 6th spot, and he's the guy that he was 2 years ago, there's no need to hit him in the top of the lineup, right? Hitting him in the 6th spot, he's never going to be more productive than any of the 5 guys I just mentioned. So there's no need to wedge him into the top half of the lineup. I get so many people that are like fixated on Stott hitting in the top of the lineup, and I'm like, that's actually a bad thing. You want guys like that hitting in the bottom half of your lineup because that means the guys in front of them are still productive. If I'm flipping one of those guys out, that tells me those guys aren't productive enough anymore, and I don't want to be in a world with the Phillies where any of the 5 guys at the top of my lineup are less productive than Bryson Stott. As good as Bryson Stott can be, he's not going to be more productive than any of the guys I just mentioned. So as Phillies fans, I think we should, Bryson Stott last year, I get it. He apparently was hurt. Great. Even his best season so far, which was 2 years ago, he was good. He wasn't great. You want a guy 280 with 15 homers? You're telling me you want him to be one of the top 3 guys in your batting lineup with a 329 on-base percentage? No, thank you. So unless Stott matures to the next level of hitter, and I think we're all just enamored. It's like the Scott Kingery thing. We want him to be this, version of Chase Utley. Well, guess what? Bryson Stott might not be Chase Utley. He might just be what he has been over the course of his career, which has been a solid player. Over his career, he's a 256 hitter. That's okay. His on-base percentage is 315. It's okay. Not actually 315. It's not even okay. It's not good. 315 as a top-of-the-order hitter. So if you're telling me you want Bryson Stott to hit in the top of the order with a 315 on base, I have to question some things there. I don't want a guy 315 on base hitting the top of my order. That's where I think the Phillies are right now. So I think it'll be very interesting to see what they do with Harper. Do they put him 2? Do they keep him 3? 609-403-0973. A couple text messages. Mike, I like Stott, but he is what he is, a 250 hitter. His swing is too long and slow. Very good defense, though. Yeah, I don't project Stott to have some 300 with a 380 on-base percentage. I don't see that jumping from, okay, maybe he was hurt. He wasn't hurt the year before, and the year before, 329 on base. That's not top of the order for me anyway. Call me crazy. But I'll go Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Castellanos. And people, like I just read the tweet from Glenn on the X platform. Harper has said he will hit wherever they want him to. He may have said in the past that he's a 3 guy, but he has said this year that he will hit where it's best for the team. And so has Schwarber, by the way. So I think you have those guys on board with hitting and trying it out in the 2-hole, and I think you're going to see Schwarber. Now, you might see some games against – it could be like the you remember the Arizona Diamondbacks in the in the NLCS, well, and in the World Series when they played you. They had one guy lead off against righties, and then they flipped him against lefties. I think you could see the Phillies against right-handers stack Harper and Schwarber together, and then against maybe left-handed pitching, Harper hits 2, Schwarber hits 4, and you have Bohm in the middle. And then against right-handed pitching, maybe Bohm goes to the 2-hole, Harper hits 3, and Schwarber hits 4, and you have those 2 lefties back-to-back. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Coming up, we got so much more to go, including football at 4 in 14 minutes from now. We got some of your text messages coming in on our Philly segment. We'll read off those coming up next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 352, couple text messages. Mike, what are their chances, the Phillies, of getting in on Vlad next year? Although Soto is appealing as an outfielder, what player would you rather have, Vlad or Soto? Harper go back to right? Question marks. Harper's not going back to the outfield. I think it's a good thought. I mean, he probably makes the team better as an outfielder. Chance of getting Vlad Guerrero next year? Well, they're not moving Harper back to the outfield. There's a lot of people who think, Harper going to first base. Nick Nuggets, we brought this up a lot. The fact that Harper playing first base has actually hindered the lineup. He's been very good at first base. He's a solid first baseman. He's better than Rhys Hoskins was as a defensive player at first base. He's taken to the position well. But it has prevented them from finding a better player. And his other question is Soto, as appealing as that, what player would you rather have, Vlad or Soto? I'm imagining, are you meaning Juan Soto? Saying, like, who would you rather have, Vlad or Juan Soto? I mean, I guess Soto, younger player. Vlad Guerrero is a interesting guy. As a, he had a weird year a couple of years ago, but he's a first baseman, Vlad Guerrero. So I don't think there's any scenario where Bryce Harper is moving back to the outfield. Not now, not at this age, not with the injuries he's had. I think they were trying to move him to first base to try to extend his career. It's one of the reasons why the Angels moving Mike Trout from center to right. It's to try to lessen the amount of running and pounding that you take playing center field as opposed to right field. So they're moving Mike Trout to right field now as opposed to center field. I don't think the Phillies are going to say, hey, let's move Harper back to the outfield. I think they've kind of come to terms with they want to extend his career, and he'll play at first base. Although I agree with what you're saying in the text message there that it's probably the Phillies would be better if Harper was playing right field, Castellanos was playing left field, and somebody else could have been targeted to play first base. More Sports Bash on the way, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Do me a favor and subscribe on the YouTube channel. You can watch the show there. You can stream it from your device over to your big screen TV. You can download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City and message us through the app on your phone. When we come back, it is Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. At Bet365, the Eagles have made their decision. It will be Kevin Patullo. He is the new offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, and he replaces Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore, of course, took Doug Nussmeier, the Eagles quarterback coach, to New Orleans with him. Also, assistant offensive line coach T.J. Paganetti is now in New Orleans. So the Eagles needing to reshuffle the deck on the offensive line front. And of course, they have Jeff Stoutland there, but T.J. Paganetti is a name that many people might not be familiar with. But you start to pluck guys off the staff, and then we ask, what does that mean in Philadelphia? As that's what happens when you win. They come after your guys. It did not go well for them after they went to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is back for Football at 4, and Moshe, we'll start off there as I'll ask you that question. You know, last time the Eagles went to the Super Bowl, they got a lot of coaches plucked off their staff. They did not rebound from that very well. Do you think that could be a similar situation in 2025, that, hey, you lost Paganetti, you lost Nussmeier. You might lose a guy here or there. You're going to need to bring in a new quarterback coach. You now have a new offensive coordinator. Is that a concern that, hey, you lose that stability and now you take a step back?
Losing coaches is always a concern, especially when you have to replace them in high-profile positions like offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. I would say the difference this time around is that the defense so far, for the most part, is unscathed, and Vic Fangio isn't going anywhere. And as much as we talk about the Eagles, problems on offense last year that led to a new coordinator and quarterbacks coach, the real problems last year started with the defense and the discombobulation, and that you don't have to worry about so far, even if they do wind up losing someone. Vic Fangio and most of his coaches will be back, if not all. So that'll be big. And by making Patullo the offensive coordinator, the expectation, Mike, as we've been reporting on Inside the Birds, is that he's not just going to go back to running the offense that he knew from Indianapolis or with him and Sirianni and Steichen. He's going to keep very many of the same concepts that were there last year with Kellen Moore. So what they're trying to do is trying to keep it as stable as possible, as opposed to going outside and trying to find someone who has a completely different organizational philosophy.
Yeah, give us your insight, Moshe, on what you've heard, what you know about Kevin Patullo. He's been a guy around here 4 years now. I look at him and say, okay, pass game coordinator, wide receivers coach. Do we anticipate this offense shifting its focus a little bit more to the aerial attack?
I don't see that happening. And like I said, I think that by promoting Patullo, the point is to keep things as close to last year as possible. And now, every team wants explosive passing offense, and every team wants to get their quarterback into rhythm. So if they find that in year two of, well, I can't say year two of Jalen Hurts, but more year two of Jalen being more in charge of the offense, setting the protections, and then in a similar style of offense that Kellen Moore was running, that he's more comfortable like he was in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, where he arguably played his best stretch of quarterbacking all year, then sure, you can see an opportunity to keep opening the offense and improving and building. But I think that in general, they will look to be as similar as they were last year and hope to build from that, more so than trying to do anything radically or even, half radically different.
Jeff, there's two sides of the coin here. Everybody's kind of had their opinion. Now that the dust has settled and it has actually happened, they stayed in-house. The continuity is there. Do we look at the last, this offense and say, man, that was such a great offense that you should really just keep with it? Or should they have explored a more veteran play caller and maybe that could have added more to this offense? Or do we like the trajectory of where, did I say that right? It sounded like I messed that up a little bit. Trajectory of where this offense was going and stick with the same terminology, the same philosophy, and streamline that? Or would you have rather them looked at a more veteran play caller?
Yeah, the difficulty is, we talked about this last week. As you get this far into February, it's hard to find guys that are out there that you want to bring in and think can make a difference. I know that from the fan standpoint, I've heard the name, Frank Reich tossed around there, and maybe Frank could join the team as a senior advisor. But Kevin Patullo coached under, and Nick Sirianni coached under Frank Reich, so you're already getting sort of that input there. I think you would have had some danger in trying to go out and find somebody who maybe doesn't fit what you want to do. They did that last year. They were fortunate that a guy like Kellen Moore was out there, and Kellen Moore had already produced a couple of number one offenses in the past, and is a young guy and was a good guy to have in here. I just don't know that they felt that they needed to do that this time around.
Yeah, Patullo, I guess the question would be, a couple of years ago, they brought Brian Johnson in, and this now looks to be a Sirianni decision. Mm-hmm. Was that how you read this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously nothing gets done without the stamp of approval from the GM here, and sometimes the owner. So I'm sure that there was a say in it. They liked Kevin Patullo when Nick Sirianni joined as head coach. I'm sure the discussion in the interview was, hey, I'm going to bring this Kevin Patullo guy, and Patullo was respected.
Why did they pass him over the last time?
You mean last year?
No, when they hired Brian Johnson.
Yeah, that's a good question. Brian Johnson was a guy that they also liked and had been a play caller in college before and had worked with Jalen Hurts. Remember, he was a guy who had worked with Jalen Hurts in the past, and I think that there were some real attractants to that. And, I think we can have a really long, nuanced discussion about whether Brian Johnson truly was a problem or not with the offense last year. He went and, if his job is quarterbacks coach and you're evaluating the quarterback that he coached this past year, you'd have to say he did a pretty darn good job with Jaden Daniels, right? And now he's not the play caller, so that's a little bit different of a story. And in this case, I think Patullo is now ready, even though he is. And listen, this is the roll of the dice. Kevin Patullo has not called plays at the NFL level before. So this will be his first time. I believe Jalen Hurts was sort of alluding to that last week when he was interviewed, and he stopped short. He said, Kevin Patullo's never, and then he kind of went into a different direction. So that's obviously going to be the challenge. It'll obviously be the, I don't want to call it low-hanging fruit to grab if things don't go well, but it'll certainly be discussed if things don't go well, that, his lack of play calling experience. But I understand the decision to want to keep it in-house, but this time you're keeping concepts from the guy who was here the year before. So even though it's not Kellen Moore, you're keeping a lot of the staples of that offense in place. And do remember that a lot of the offense this past year, while it was Kellen Moore, did have some strengths or some accents to it that came from Nick Sirianni and not just Kellen Moore.
This is what Britton Covey told us at the Super Bowl 2 years ago in Las Vegas when he talked about how difficult it is for an offensive coordinator on how to manage. You got Super Bowl champions now. You're not walking into a group of guys who haven't done it. Now, this is what Britton Covey said in Vegas.
It is learning how to manage all of those different talents. It's a lot harder than it looks. People think it's so easy because one game we throw it to AJ or 6-game stretch and he has 125 plus yards.
Right.
And it's like, let's just keep doing that. And then teams start keying on it. And it's like, why aren't we just running the ball with Swift? We've got Swift. It's a lot harder than it looks.
So he's saying it's hard to manage all these guys. And that was when they had Swift. Now you got Barkley.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty is that now you have Barkley. So I think Kevin Patullo automatically starts off on a better footing than his predecessors did, Brian Johnson, because when all else fails, if you give the ball to 26 about, 20 to 24 times, it's probably going to be a lot better of an outcome for you.
No doubt about it. Well, and that's where I go back to, with Kevin Patullo, who's been a pass game coordinator, does he have are there more layers, peels of the onion to his passing game that we never saw?
Well, that's a good question. And this would take an even longer conversation. But, I think – really getting into Kellen Moore's head, you would have to ask him if he felt he truly had his best year as a play designer or a play caller, as opposed to some of the years he had the number one offense. He tried to do a lot of different things early on. Some things worked, some things didn't. And as the year went on, they ran the ball. And I believe that they drew up an offense that catered best to what Jalen Hurts does best, a lot of outside the numbers throws, which we saw in both the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. And I would say that Kellen Moore probably had to adjust what he had done in the past with Justin Herbert, with Dak, with whoever he's worked with, because when you work with different personnel, you have to adjust to it. And so as it pertains to Kevin Patullo, he's at least been in-house and he knows what Jalen Hurts' strengths are, and he knows what Jalen Hurts' weaknesses are, and he knows the same thing from Kenny Pickett and Tanner McKee, right? So whatever we think he is based on his pedigree in Indianapolis or here in Philadelphia, or whatever we think he might want to do from a passing game concept standpoint, it really is secondary to what he thinks he needs to do to get, continuously get good quarterback and good offensive play.
Here's Britton Covey at the Super Bowl in 2023 in Las Vegas. He's explaining why it's not good to just make drastic changes. In other words, why you don't just bring somebody from the outside in.
I advocate for Coach Sirianni. It's the same thing that I did with Coach Clay last year. A lot of people didn't want Coach Clay back, and I'm just like, people don't understand. Like, you have to give people some time. You can't make drastic changes in every department. You need to make some changes for sure, and we did this year, right? But sometimes the big flashy change isn't always the best.
Interesting. Like he's saying, you got to give people time. The problem is people keep plucking guys away from the Eagles, and they're not getting the time. And now you wonder, okay, Kevin Patullo, as a young guy, if he's
I would disagree a little bit with Britton, Mike.
Okay, go ahead.
And listen, he's a smart guy. He articulates himself well. But the first thing I would say is, first of all, that interview was not this was like 2 years ago, right?
This was in Vegas, correct?
Right. I think you have to have a little chops in the NFL, both not as a player, but maybe as a front office guy and as a coach. Otherwise, an opinion is just an opinion. So I'm not really sure what, and I'm not trying to sound critical of Britton. What I'm just saying is I don't know what his experience is as a coach to be able to say that. He's giving you his player standpoint. As a player, you want continuity, you want the same coach. So that's his opinion from his vantage point. I would tell you, though, that a lot of GMs, a lot of personnel people, even head coaches who have power, would say, if you make a hire, right, and you think you got something but you didn't get, you have to be strong enough to cut the cord quickly. And you have to be, Jeff Lurie cut the cord fairly quickly on Doug Peterson, considering the guy won a Super Bowl and then went to the playoffs 2 straight years. So where I would disagree with Britton is, if you're strong in your convictions and you didn't do the right thing, or you feel like you have an issue, then you do need to move on and not worry about continuity, because the worst thing you can do is to keep somebody in your house for quote unquote more time when you're already convinced that somebody really isn't the guy.
Well, keep in mind, again, this was back in Vegas. So he was, I guess, saying when people were critical of Brian Johnson, he was suggesting that, hey, we kind of kept the continuity from the team that went to the Super Bowl instead of bringing another voice into that team.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I think at that time they thought the continuity was better than bringing an outside voice in because of the success they had the year before. And then, of course, we're having that discussion as they lost 6 out of their last 7 games and the coordinator gets fired.
Right. I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer about whether you emphasize continuity or talent. In my mind, it would be talent. They had a chance to bring in Kellen Moore, who had, number 1 offenses in the past. I think twice. So they did. And he, came in here and they won a Super Bowl because of it. Now, did they win a Super Bowl because he brought that level of talent, or is it because they upgraded the personnel on offense and gave the offense a home run hitter at running back that never had? That in itself is its own question.
This is the last bite. Now, we're bringing this back because, they bring in a new coordinator. So this is some conversation we had with Britton at the Super Bowl 2 years ago. But it's kind of a similar situation where they promote it from within to a guy who's never been a play caller. Here's what he said about their offense in 2023 and their offense in 2022. Now, remember, the 2022 offense was significantly better than the 2023 offense.
We ran the same offense in our Super Bowl year. So Nick Sirianni's offense that wasn't the problem. The problem was adjusting to how teams played us.
So he was saying it was adjusting to how teams played them, and he furthered that by saying he thought as the year went on, they never really changed. Like, people watched them in 2022, started to see what they were doing in 2023, and by the end of 2023, it was like, you guys haven't done anything differently. And that's where you look at this hire and say, should they have a little variety different from what they did in 2024?
Well, it does sound like they'll bring in they're going to bring a pass game coordinator who's from the outside. Although, he coached with Sirianni and Patullo in Indianapolis. So how much can we call Parks Frazier an outsider? I don't know. I think this just goes back to, and I'm not trying to minimize coaching at all. I think coaching in the NFL is more important than any other sport. But it sort of goes back to having Saquon Barkley along with what you have in the passing game. If Kevin Patullo finds that defenses are going to sell out now and adjust to stop Barkley in 2025, well, he's already seen that if you do that, you've got some opportunities to hit your two prolific wide receivers on the outside in one-on-one situations. I don't think Brian Johnson had that same kind of ability because DeAndre Swift's a good back, but he is not on his best day anywhere near Saquon Barkley. So the Eagles have sort of safeguarded themselves to say, all right, now try to stop us with your best scheme to either stop our run game or stop our passing game. So that helps out the offensive coordinator a little bit when you can be multidimensional that way, in a way that they weren't able to be 2 years ago.
Now, you said Swift is very good, but he's not Saquon Barkley. Did you expect Barkley to have that significant of an impact on the offense?
I did not. But my biggest question was, could he stay healthy? He stayed healthy. If you told me Saquon Barkley was going to stay healthy, I figured he would have a good year. 2,000 yards? No, did not figure that because you would have had to have figured on the Eagles admitting it as an organization that it would be better than running ball.
Well, what I said, Moshe, when they signed him is, okay, you had Swift, 1,000 yards. You had Sanders, 1,200 yards. To me, to justify the bill on Barkley, I said he's got to have 1,800 total yards. Well, he got 2,000 yards passing, so he was justified.
Yeah. He said, I'll see your 1,800 yards and raise you a few hundred more.
We're talking with Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Yesterday with Adam, we talked about some free agents, but one guy we brought up was Dallas Goedert and his contract situation. Do you see him or other veterans that the Eagles might have to make decisions on as cap casualties? Now the cap's going up $22 million. Does that change the outlook on any free agent decisions?
Well, Adam and I rail against the term cap casualty because most of the time, if a guy is moved on from in a trade or release, it's not because they can't afford him. It's because they don't want to pay him because they're not getting the return on the investment. I feel like it's like the last true cap casualty might have been when Dallas had to let DeMarcus Ware go, right, to Denver, and then he won a Super Bowl because they literally messed up their bookkeeping so bad that they could not afford DeMarcus Ware, but he was still a tremendous player who gave tremendous value. Most of the time, you just see teams decide to move on because they are not getting the return on the investment. With Dallas Goedert, when he's healthy, they get a return on the investment, but his issue has been not staying healthy. And here you come to a season where he's out of guaranteed money. So that's normally when a player says, hey, especially one who's good, like Dallas says, I'm not going to play anymore unless you redo my contract and give me some security. Now, if he were to say that to the Eagles, I'm not saying he is, I'm just saying if he were, then the Eagles would be like, we can't, you haven't stayed healthy. You're a good player when healthy, but we can't sit here and guarantee money now when we need to get younger and you have not proven to be able to stay on the field as much as we're paying you to stay on the field. So then the situation can come to a head a little bit. The Eagles don't have a replacement for Dallas Goedert, so they don't really have leverage in that regard, but they've not been afraid to move on and play younger players like they did when they moved on from Javon Hargrave, right? And went to Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter and Moro Ajomo. Yeah. So this one will be interesting. It'll be interesting. I'm not saying he's out the door, but I think that there's going to be some headlines about this.
I told Adam yesterday, I think, that my priority, and, the Eagles don't have a priority. It's all dollar-based. But I got to bring Bond back, and my reasoning is I don't want to draft a linebacker. I don't have enough value on linebacker to draft one. I'm willing to draft a guard. I'm willing to draft a tackle. I'm willing to draft an edge rusher. So for me, I don't want to waste a pick. I don't want to say waste, but you know what I'm saying. I don't prioritize that spot in the draft. So I'm going to pay the guy that's here and then have to not worry about that position for 3 years.
I mean, that makes sense. And certainly it would be hard to find another story like Zach Bond, who comes along once in a generation, right? Especially for the Eagles. I think it's all going to come down to, does one team in free agency get like silly, stupid, crazy and say, we need to have Zach Bond, and the top of the market, I just don't think he's going to get like Fred Warner money, which is like $20 million a year. Tremaine Edmonds, $18 million a year. I forget who's making 19. There's another inside linebacker that I'd be shocked if a team did that, because it's basically just been a 1-year thing for Zach Bond. But Matt Milano at 14 a year, Patrick Queen 13.75. That's probably the floor, right? For Zach Bond, probably. I don't know, but I would guess. And if that's the floor, it's going to get pretty interesting come negotiation time.
No doubt about it. And that all starts March the 10th. March 12th is when you can make it official. The 10th is legal tampering, and that is less than a month from now. Obviously, a lot of rumors and speculation between now and then, but the cap is going up by $22 million, which should make some people a little bit more money, and we'll keep our eye on who's going where on the Sports Bash Live. This is Football at 4. He is Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds, from Birds. Wait a second.
Yeah,
I'm so lost today. From the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. I got it right the first time. It says it right on the bottom of the screen. I should be reading it right off of there. I have no Josh today, so I'm a little low. I don't have my read sheets in front of me, right?
No, well, then it's like, you're Nick Sirianni without Kevin Petullo.
Although Josh wasn't here today, and he got me those Covey bites that I asked for.
Nice shot. Look at you making this man work on his day off. What kind of
Well, when something enters my head, I'm like, where are those Covey bites from? And he knows where they are. I don't.
The most irreplaceable man at 97.3. No offense.
All right, man. We'll talk to you.
See you, brother.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Inside the Birds, of course, powered by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We've got the offseason questions for the Eagles that everybody is asking themselves. Which guy is most, do you prioritize the most? All of that stuff. I think that Milton Williams is probably the best player. Milton Williams will get paid the most money. But I think Zach Bond is the toughest to replace, and that has to be considered, right? That has to be considered. Now, if it's me, I think the Eagles should try to bring back Bond and Williams, and that's where I spend my money. But I think Williams will get a contract offer that will be so out of the park that the Eagles just simply will not be able to match it. So do you want to, I don't want to say overpay for Milton Williams, but do you think you could pay him more than what Jalen Carter might get? Got to keep that in mind. Carter's going to be up for a contract as well. So keep that in mind. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Be a part of the show. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and watch the show on your phone, on your tablet. Stream it over to your big screen TV. Download the free mobile app in the Apple Store, wherever you get your apps, and listen to the Sports Bash wherever you may roam. Coming up, Nick Earnshaw joins us for another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. That is on the way. When we return in the 5 o'clock hour, we'll talk more Eagles and offseason. Grayson's grades. He grades the 2024 Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. That's tonight at 5 on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 432 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. It's time for Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is in the house as he joins us each and every day at this time, although tomorrow he'll join us in the 5 o'clock hour, a little special Nicky Nugs in the 5 o'clock hour here on the Sports Bash. Kevin Patullo has been promoted to offensive coordinator. That's kind of been the big story today, but we got a lot else going on. Let's see what today's Nick's Nuggets include, and they're brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, Nuggets, what do we got today? We got no Sixers, no Flyers, no Phils. Eagles have already ended their season. This is a tough time, man.
I'll tell you what, it's not really a tough time for me today. The Eagles just continue to dish out the content, Mike. I mean, they just continue to make news. You got Kevin Patullo as the offensive coordinator. They didn't do what I wanted to do, is go outside the organization. But listen, he's earned it. He's been in the organization a long time. I guess you got to give the guy an opportunity. But I would have liked them to maybe interview a couple of other candidates that were out there just to give them a diverse range to pick from. But I digress. There's still lots of stuff going on with the Birds and Mike. And nugget number one, I got to start with this one. This one it's a little bit of a throwback, to say the least. I wake up this morning, you know me, as a Gen Zer, I'm scrolling TikTok first thing as I wake up in the morning. And there was this clip that I had never seen before. It must have been during Super Bowl week, got lost in the mix. I don't know. Carson Wentz, during the Super Bowl week, leading up, while we were down at Radio Row, he was asked if he could choose a quarterback to switch spots with, if he could choose any other quarterback to be for a day, who would he choose? And this was asked by SM Sports on TikTok. This guy asked him this question, and he said, Nick Foles. Carson Wentz, if he could choose any quarterback to switch spots with in history for a day, it'd be Nick Foles and lead the Eagles to the Super Bowl. Is this a little, I guess, I don't even know how to describe it. Should he just be over it by now, or do you think it just still haunts him till this day that Nick Foles went on and won the Super Bowl? I mean, it's not a great teammate. The guy has a ring anyway. He was a big reason why they got to where they were.
I give him a lot of credit. I mean, that means he's kind of moved on and has become a big boy. Like, hey, you could pick a quarterback to be. How about that? I'll be Nick Foles. He won the Super Bowl. I appreciate the guy, wins the Super Bowl. I would like to have, at least he doesn't hate the guy, right? He's not like being bitter about it. Is it a little bitter? I mean, he could have picked any quarterback in the world. He could have picked Tom Brady. He could have picked anybody. I think what it says is he appreciated that season. He appreciated that team, and the guy won the Super Bowl. Look, people forget he was a huge part of them winning that Super Bowl that year. They got the number 1 seed, so he should look favorably to that team in that season. I don't know. To me, it comes off as like, that should have been me. Like, instead of Nick Foles winning it like that, that's how it came off as to me when he's answering that question. Like, that should have been me. That was my team. That was my year. And I didn't get to do it. Like, I don't know. I feel like, why are we revisiting this? When you say stuff like that, it's going to get out there and people are going to talk about it. Like, I don't know. I felt like it was a little like, it should have been my team. It was my year. Nick Foles, if I could trade any place, it would be to be in his spot. Because remember, they made shrines of Nick Foles in that locker room. I feel like it's him wanting to be liked. And if he was the guy to win that Super Bowl, then he would have been the guy for a longer period of time. Things wouldn't have happened the way they happened, with Jalen Hurts taking his job eventually, etc. Nick Foles coming in the second year in a row in the postseason after Wentz got hurt. Everybody adores Nick Foles. They have a statue. They should retire Nick Foles' number. I'm going to sneak that in there because that's what I do. And they should. And I think it's Wentz saying that should have been me, not Nick. That's how I take it. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you say that's how I take it. I take it as, hey, good for that guy winning the Super Bowl there. I'm happy for him. I'm proud of him. I was a part of that team, and I look very favorably at that time in my career. No, I don't think it's like that. Why are we always so cynical? Why can't the guy who, by the way, has had a rough time, all right? The guy's had a rough time. I'm not going to sit here and kick dirt on him on the way down. Like everybody, it's easy to say, this guy was a jerk. See, he was a problem. He was a huge part of why they won that Super Bowl. He's reflecting back to a better time in his career and saying, hey, for one day, you're asking me to be a quarterback one day? I'll take that day. Why? I was a big part of that team, and unfortunately, I couldn't play that day. I would have loved to have been there that day for my team, and that's the day I'm picking.
He's the one that said this answer, and he is the one. Like, it just feels like he wants you to feel bad for him a little bit. That's all it was. It feels a little selfish.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does want you to feel bad for him because everybody's kicked the guy while he's been down with some reason. Listen, he didn't do himself any favors.
No,
but I also think people took forget how important he was to that team.
No, he was. And that's how I started this segment. Like, he was extremely important. They wouldn't have been in that position without Carson getting them to that spot, winning all those games all year long.
Hey, what did we say at the Super Bowl? We had Torrey Smith on the show, and we asked him, what was it like when that team lost Carson Wentz? And he said, I'm not going to lie, me and Alshon looked at each other and basically said, we're done.
Yeah. But guess what? After the fact, they built shrines for Nick Foles. They built statues for Nick Foles. And then the whole story, and Alshon was later, he was pretty much the source of Josina Anderson. Those reports come out about Carson not being well-liked in the locker room. So this is kind of
disagree that
liked.
Yeah, I don't disagree that Carson, to me, is just a tough guy to connect with, right? I mean, I talked about this way back at the time. How many people in the league are from North Dakota? Like, that's not a very relatable guy, right? I would imagine he's just not a relatable guy, and tough for him to walk into an NFL locker room from a small school, from a state where he just doesn't have there's just not a lot going on there, and he's walking in as a leader of an NFL team. I think it was probably very hard for him to connect to people. I'm not making excuses for him or anything, but look, you look back at his time here, and he came onto the scene like a gangbuster. People loved him, and then he was a little inconsistent. Then he takes the team to 13 and whatever record they had, 13-2, I think they were that year when he ends up getting hurt, and people were going, oh, my God, what are we going to do? And then they go on this magical run.
Yeah, listen, he could have answered it any other way. He could have answered it any other. He could have played the safe answer and said former Kansas City Chief Joe Montana. He could have said that. Pay for a day. Played it safe. He's a Chief now. He's the backup for the Chiefs. He didn't have to say Nick Foles. He didn't have to do it, but
I got zero problem with him saying Nick Foles. In fact, I actually said, good job by him. That was my reaction. Good job by him in not saying, I don't want anything to do with that team. No, he's saying, I appreciate Nick winning that. He picked up where I left off, and that's why that team was great. We always had next man up mentality. That guy was the next man up, and we won a Super Bowl. I would have loved to have been there.
Yeah, he didn't have to even revisit it. The Eagles weren't even brought up in the question. But I digress. It's fascinating.
Well, nobody was brought up in the question.
No.
So if he brought up some other dinky answer, you would have said, well, why did he say that? Is he jealous of Joe Montana?
It wouldn't have been talked about if he brought up another answer. Now it's everywhere at this in social media world.
Well, I'm happy that the text board is blasting you, okay? I'm happy that there are sane people out there that looked at this guy and saying, hey, he's grown up. He's moved past the insecurities of not being able to play on that team, and he's at least saying, hey, listen, I'm proud and happy that Nick won this thing, and look, I would have loved to have been the guy on the field that day, and I couldn't do it, and he stepped in and did it for me. Next man up. That's why we won a Super Bowl, because of next man up mentality, and now we're kicking dirt over the next man up mentality.
No, I'm not kicking dirt on it. I'm just saying I think there's a part of him that really just wishes he was liked and had shrines built of him. That's the way I'm looking at it. All right. I think there's other people that do agree with me. Maybe some of the Texans are disagreeing. That's okay. It's all good. All right. We got to move along. Nugget number 2. As we continue to talk about the Eagles, and I want to talk about Darius Slay. Darius Slay won on Amon-Ra St. Brown's podcast, Mike Gill. I don't know if you saw this. And it seemed like Amon-Ra was trying to get him to come back to Detroit a little bit. But Darius Slay did say on the podcast that he does want to play one more year with the Eagles. He wants to play another year, and he has another year on his deal. I mean, he's a guy who's up there in age. We've seen him lose a bit of a step over the past couple of years. He's getting older. They They have Cooper DeJean. They have Quinyon Mitchell. They have a young secondary who they could replace him with. I mean, they could save money if they move on from him. Is Darius Slay a guy who really could be on the chopping block at this point? I mean, do you bring him back for one more year, or do you let him walk and maybe even go back to Detroit? I mean, he's on St. Brown's podcast saying he still loves Detroit and he'd only want to play in either city. I'm curious because Slay's up there in age at this point. You saw how good the secondary was last year with the young corners. It's an interesting scenario that I feel like, we're so focused on Mekhi Becton and Zach Bond. I feel like the Slay stuff's not getting talked about as much.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this with McMullen back in the 3 o'clock hour, which is interesting. At some point you have to make the tough decisions to move on. You can't keep going back to these guys and trying to get one more year out of them and one more year out of them. And Slay almost feels like the guy that you want to get 1 year early before you're 1 year late. The caveat would be, how bad, Slay, do you want to come back here and play?
Yeah.
Are you willing to take I want to be here discount? Because if you're willing to come back and say, I'll play at a discounted rate because I know you're in a tough spot. Hey, I'm Darius Slay. I love this place. We won a Super Bowl here. And I want to see you guys be able to bring back Zach Bond, Milton Williams maybe. And to do that, I know I need to take less because I really want to be here. Then I can come to terms. Like I said before, if you lose Josh Sweat, do I go to Brandon Graham and say, Brandon, would you come back and play one more year at a discounted rate because we've lost Josh Sweat? You want to come back for another year? We're willing to take you, but you got to do it to help us out as we're helping you out by giving you a chance to get keep your career going. Yeah,
he would have to take a discount. Has to take a discount if he comes back. And it's only for one more year. What's the difference? One more year. I mean, if he's going to play one season.
Well, we say that all the time. What's the difference one more year? And then you see that guy in his last year, and you're like, ooh, you should have let him go.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about from Slay's perspective. Like, one more year, you could take the pay cut. Like, you're going to have to take the pay cut. Because if you want this team to get back and you want to go out on top next year because you decided to play one more year and not go out on top this year and retire, then it's like, I mean, Slay's still a very good cornerback. He still has a lot left in the tank. But I think if you're Slay, you got to take the discount. I mean, if you're going to come back, you're going to have to restructure something.
More text messages. I like this one. Nicky Nuggets equals a moron. What an idiotic statement. The question is, though, which statement was idiotic?
Yeah. Which one?
And if you're going to call him out like that, you got to at least leave your name. The other guy left his name at least.
Yeah, I need to see names. I'm taking down notes right now. Are we going back to the Carson thing? Carson Wentz, he didn't have to bring up Nick Foles.
No. That nugget's over. That nugget's over. You cannot state your case any longer. You've been deemed a moron.
I don't think I am. I think there's others that would agree with me. I guarantee by the end of Nuggets, we got about 6 minutes left. I will have someone agree with me on the Carson thing. It was a little selfish and a little bit out of the. He shouldn't have done it, to say the least. To say the least, he should not have brought up Nick Foles in that answer. It was not a good look. It seems like he wants to be Nick Foles and he just wants to be liked. I felt it was desperate. It was a desperate.
Don't you answer. Want to be liked, or do you want to be called a moron and an idiot?
I love being called a moron. I want it. I want all of it. All
right.
Well,
I'm just saying, if the flip side was, hey, Nick, what a smart idea. I agree with you. You would embrace that.
Absolutely. I would take all the wins I can get, but it's all right. You don't have to agree with me. I'm going to stand on this stance for days and days and days. I will die on this hill that Carson should not have said Nick Foles. He should not have said it. It was a desperate answer by him.
I'm glad that he is mature enough to give that answer and has gotten past the fact that he did not win that Super Bowl. I don't even know that it ever bothered him. I mean, he never really commented on it.
Yeah, well, this is the first time we're getting comments on it, so it is what it is. All right, I want to end this on a happy note and a happy nugget, all right? And it was something from the parade that was posted out there that I thought was absolutely fantastic. It was absolutely awesome. Crossing Broad had reposted it. Amy, I think, Rarenbogger, I might be butchering that name a little bit. So she had found a jacket, a Philadelphia Eagles jacket, on Friday at the parade as she was leaving the art museum. And there was a note left on the jacket. And the note said, quote, "If found, do not return. This jacket belongs to you. I found this jacket on the night of the Super Bowl in 2018, and it only felt right to release back into the city when the Eagles won again. Enjoy the jacket. I hope you get the opportunity to release it back into the world with another Super Bowl win. Go Birds." So now it seems like we now have a jacket that will be passed along at every single Super Bowl parade.
Is this like
that was an awesome story?
Is this like the fur coat from Chris Long?
I guess, but it's a fan's coat. This is for the fans. The fans started this when they won the first time, and then left it somewhere this time around at the 2025 parade, and someone found it with the note inside to say, "Hey, pass it along when they win again." I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, it's a fun, yeah, and I saw that. Did you see the A.J. Brown bought a mannequin, and he has his game-worn jersey that he put on the mannequin? It's like a 6'2" version of himself, this mannequin, and he unwashed jersey. He has it now displayed in his house.
That's awesome. That's the perfect thing to put in your man room right there, Mike. I am just rebuilding my new man room. That was something I would put definitely behind me in my backdrop. That would be awesome.
Yeah, like if you were able to get a mannequin to put a game-worn jersey on, who you getting?
Game-worn jersey from the Eagles. Oh, you got the best one would be Cooper DeJean. It would definitely be Cooper DeJean. I mean, the pick six, I feel like that's going to be the most memorable play from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, when you look back at like the moments from the first Super Bowl, you got Philly special, strip sack. The most memorable play of this one is probably the Cooper DeJean interception return for a touchdown.
Yeah, last one was Philly in 18. This one will be the Cooper DeJean pick six off of Mahomes.
Now, this guy says Carson was commendable. Is that saying he agrees with me?
I think that means he agrees with you.
Yeah, of course it does. We got a lot of smart listeners out there, Earnshaw.
Well, I hope a lot of them like flats. I mean, a lot of them did pick flats when we did that little tussle a couple of weeks ago.
Dang it!
So there are clearly some smart listeners out there.
By the way, Earnshaw, did you? It's Nick Earnshaw, Nick's Nuggets here as we get ready to get out of here. Did you see Portnoy did a pizza review of Saint Pizza in New Orleans?
I did see that. Pete, I think was it Pete G that sent it to us?
Yeah, and he compared it to Munko and Munko, but he couldn't remember the name of Munko and Munko. He kept calling it all sorts of wonky stuff, but he was like, yeah, it kind of reminds me of this place in the Jersey Shore, and he couldn't remember the name, but he gave the pizza, this is the pizza spot that we went to in New Orleans, he gave it a 7.8.
That's a pretty good score. For
solid score. Now, there was another place.
Score.
There was another place that he reviewed. I didn't watch all his New Orleans reviews, but there was another place that got like an 8-something. Nice. That was like 8.4, 8, somewhere in that range. But I was glad to see that he went to that place. Apparently, the guys from Jersey that opened that place up, and they've been there for like 2 years. Yeah,
it was awesome. That was a good find by you. That was absolutely fantastic pizza. I can't say. I think maybe he should have scored a little higher, but yeah, he couldn't get the name right. They did edit it in though from his review of Manco. They did edit in, so good job by the editors over there. They did get that right.
Post-production, they put the video of him on the Ocean City Boardwalk, which he did that a couple summers ago. All right, Knicks Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Earnshaw's back tomorrow. We're going to go in the 5 o'clock hour, so we'll have a special Knicks Nuggets tomorrow on the drive home here on the Sports Bash. All right, Nick, thanks, man.
All right, Mike, I'll talk to you.
All right, Knicks Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live. Yeah, I don't have a problem with Carson Wentz. You know, Nuggets sent me that video last night. Now, the funny part is he sent it to me on TikTok. I don't have TikTok, so I couldn't open it. So I didn't know what he said. Then he sent it to me on another platform, and then I looked at that platform, and Wentz was asked a question. Now, he was kind of stuttering and stammering. He wasn't ready for the question. And then he says, you know what, Nick Foles, that was kind of cool. So I don't look at him as like any jealousy there. I think you look at it and says, hey, I was on that team that won the Super Bowl. I was a big part of that team. I'm proud of the accomplishment of that team. So I got no problem with Wentz. I got a problem with Earnshaw. That's what I got a problem with. Look, we've kicked Wentz while he was down enough. The poor guy, he had to watch Jalen Hurts, who took his job, win a Super Bowl, and he had to watch Foles win a Super Bowl. Give the guy an opportunity for one day to be a Super Bowl champion with dignity. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Scott Grayson will be on YouTube when we come back. He'll be on the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. He'll be on your radio next. 5 o'clock, driving you home, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. What's up, everybody, on a Wednesday? Scott Grayson, Fox 29. Grayson's grades after every Eagles game. Well, all the Eagles games are done. They are Super Bowl champions. Grayson was on scene at Super Bowl 59. We'll get the thoughts from him as the Eagles now move to the next phase. They need a new coordinator. They need a new quarterbacks coach. They need a new assistant offensive line coach. They might need more, and they have a lot of decisions to make. Grayson's grades after every Eagles game and after the season one final time. He joins us now on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. Scott Grayson from Fox 29, of course, was with us at Super Bowl 59. And, you know, Scott, they win the Super Bowl. What an unbelievable accomplishment and a dominating fashion. But 2 days later, the team was already different when Kellen Moore walked out the door. So let's start there. Moore out, Petulo in. Do you feel comfortable with the mindset? Last time they went to the Super Bowl, Steichen out, hired from within. That did not go well. Will this be better? You're on mute there. You muted yourself. See if you can. There you go. No, I don't hear you. Let's see here. No, I do not hear Scott Grayson. So we'll try to get him plugged in here. And I can see him. I see his lips moving, but I do not hear what he has to say. So we'll try to get – there we got you. There you go.
Okay, good. Yeah. So
you heard everything I had to say.
I heard everything you had to say, yes. Try the AirPods. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, right?
No, and I bring this up because you were with me in Vegas when we had Britton Covey on in a similar situation, and we asked him about hiring from within. They brought in Brian Johnson at the time. So do you like the decision this time, more out, hire from within? Give us your thoughts on how this whole thing kind of happened.
Yeah, I really don't think they had much of a choice other than to go from within because they were so far behind in the hiring schedule, right? I mean, we're talking about, the combine just a couple weeks away, and everything's rolling right into the offseason so fast. I'm not surprised. I really thought that this is where they would go if, Kellen Moore left. So the question remains, though, what worked well was Nick staying kind of out of the offense. Now, what I'm curious to see is you hire from within. Will Nick start to try to put his hands back into the offense a little bit, or even a little more than that? Who knows? We won't know really how this is going to go until the end. But I think what we learned this year was that, the defense to me is the big key. They've got to keep, and if they have a good defense, this offense doesn't need to do a whole lot with all the talent that it has to be able to win or be competitive in these games. They just got to take care of the football. And so, I think we got to give Petulo a chance. We got to see what he can do. There's a lot we just don't know about him, but he did see what Kellen Moore did and learn from him. And so I think there's a lot that you got to be able to sit back and say, okay, let's just see how this goes and how, how the Eagles handle this from here on out. Well, OTAs are going to be important. We're going to see what kind of offense he tries to run from it. Everybody puts their own little niche, their little style into everything they get into. So I would expect to see similar things to what Kellen Moore had done with Petulo's little bit of his own touch on it as they go forward.
Now, his background, Scott, is the passing game coordinator, and he's a wide receivers coach. So do you anticipate less Saquon Barkley, more A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith?
I would anticipate the touches for Saquon to be down from last year. I mean, what he did was amazing, and that season ran all the way into February. Of course, it's not going to be long by what these guys are used to for his body to recover and be ready to go again next season. I would just expect Saquon's touches to be down a little bit. I would find it hard to believe they're able to keep it up to where it was this past year and keep him healthy. So I expect they're going to be throwing the ball a little bit more. I would think they're going to try to do that. We got to see what they do with Mekhi Becton. Will he be back? What's the line going to look like entirely? A lot of that offense is back, and we'll see how they operate from there. But, yeah, I would expect there to be a little bit more passing coming out of this. We all know Jeffrey Lurie likes the passing game, right?
Yeah,
so that
was the narrative anyway. Yeah, that was the narrative a couple of years back. Scott Grayson, Fox 29, Grayson's Grades, 97.3 ESPN.com after every Eagles game. Well, if you're grading the Super Bowl, A+ is along. But let's look at the season as a whole and kind of grade the offense here. Give me your Grayson's Grades for Kellen Moore's one season as the offense and this offense as a whole, which you just said. Most of the guys, almost every guy is due back other than Becton. Now there's a chance Becton comes back, and you have all 11 guys, starters anyway, back in the mix.
Yeah, and then the other one would be what they do with backup running back. I would assume Kenny Gainwell will be gone. But, so in terms of the offense, Mike, and taking the whole picture, right, it got off to a bad start. We know that. But I would give this offense a definite A. I mean, you had the league's leading rusher. You put up 95 points in arguably your two biggest games combined in the NFC Championship game and then the Super Bowl. I think this offense was clicking. It was working well. It found its identity, right? That was the big key. Once they found their identity, which was to wear down opponents by running the ball and to not turn it over. And Jalen Hurts, to his credit, deserves a lot of credit for that, not turning that ball over and taking care of it. So I think this offense was a clear A. I like the way they were operating by the end of the season. And, you hate to see the season end, right? Because you'd love to just kind of keep this momentum going right into next year.
Well, and that kind of goes to the offensive coordinator thing. They were starting to hit their stride, 55 points, 40 points. Would have liked to see Kellen stick with this team and see as he was kind of learning more about the offense as it goes on. Do they just say, you know what, let's just keep Kevin to see if we can streamline that? And that's why I wonder if that was kind of the decision, or were they unhappy with the offense? Like internally, do you think they looked at this and said, man, you remember Brian Billick was at the at Radio Row with us, and he said, yeah, I think this offense had left a little meat on the bone.
Yeah, I think there's some feeling about that, and I don't think that's wrong, right? I mean, you have an A.J. Brown, you got a Devontae Smith, and you saw them do what they did in the Super Bowl, and you kind of think, boy, if they did that more frequently, if they gave them the opportunity, and I think that's what everybody looked at, right? If you see one-on-one with A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith, go ahead and take the shot. Give them a chance. They either catch it, maybe you make get a penalty on the play. I think there's a lot of good things that could come from trying that. So I agree with that sentiment. There was probably a little bit left on the bone there for that offense, but then there's the flip side of that. And it was what we saw in the first 4 weeks, which was turnovers were killing this team. They couldn't, you remember Nick saying it early in the season. It is not sustainable to lose the turnover battle and win the game. And I think that ended up becoming more of their mantra and taking care of the football and wearing down the defense through the running game. That's kind of what they did. But I think they're going to go back to being aggressive. Look, I think this offense did find its way. I think Jalen found some confidence towards the end of the year. And I like the trajectory and the momentum of where the passing game was going. I thought that perhaps his best throw of the season was the dagger to Devontae Smith in the Super Bowl.
Talking with Scott Grayson from Fox 29, and, of course, Grayson's Grades, looking at the offensive side of the ball. And let's get your thoughts on Mekhi Becton. He is the one free agent. You mentioned Gainwell. You kind of casually slipped in there that you think he'll be gone. Apparently him and Hurts are very good friends. He is a draft choice of the Eagles, so we'll see with that one. But Becton is obviously the big name, and he was a pretty important guy at right guard, although I would say they do have a replacement there. So do you put a tremendous priority on Mekhi Becton, or do you feel confident, hey, you know what, you got Steen, he's signed, just plug him in there, and you shouldn't miss that much of a beat?
Yeah, I'm torn on that one because partly because of the conversation I had with Jeff Stoutland down there in New Orleans about Becton, just about how big it was what he did this year, the move he made to that position to guard from tackle. And Stoutland was talking about Becton like he had been about Mailata a few minutes earlier, and saying that, Becton really raised the bar on where Stoutland thought he could get to as a guard. And he said, like Mailata, he sees his ceiling being very high at that position, meaning there's still room to grow for him there. This was one season in. So you ask, where would I put the priority on getting Becton back? I would love to get Becton back. The problem is, what's that going to cost you in terms of what you can bring back on the defense? Because I really want Bond back too. and it's, you got to be careful with how how he counts the beans here and make sure that he's got enough money to be able to pay these guys. But you're right, Steen is there, and that's why I think you let Gainwell go. There's no need to pay him. You have Will Shipley there, who they also like, and they kind of want to see what he can do. But that means you're going to need another running back, which they could address in the draft or some other way. But yeah, in terms of Becton, based on what Stoutland said and how he was about the guy, I would like to bring him back.
Well, and that's where, Scott, it's interesting because you just mentioned Bond. I think you bring Bond back sheerly because you don't want to put draft capital into that position. Now, you might say, I don't want to spend money on that position either, but I don't want to have to draft for that position again. So I'll spend the money there because I don't mind drafting a right guard. I don't mind drafting a defensive tackle. I don't mind drafting an edge rusher, and I might have to replace those spots. So I'll go ahead and give the money to the guy because I don't want to draft another guy to play that position.
Well, it's been interesting when we look at the evolution of Howie Roseman, right? We've talked about how, there were times he couldn't draft. Everybody said he couldn't draft. Well, the big reason they won the Super Bowl was because they drafted really well. And so, you look at the evolution of Howie Roseman. Remember when they had Edwards and they let Edwards go? And everybody looked at that in hindsight and thought that was a bit of a mistake. What did Howie learn from that experience? Where will he put the value at that position now at linebacker? And again, remember, there's a really high likelihood that Nakobe Dean is not back by the start of the season. So I think there's a real priority in my mind to get Bond back here. And I'm curious to see where Howie will slot that in his priority of his to-do list here. Because you're right. I think you can get edge rushers in the draft. I think there's people you can get and players that are out there that you can make that a little bit easier. A good linebacker that fits Vic Fangio's system as well as Bond did. I mean, holy cow.
Yeah.
I just don't see how you can let that guy walk.
Talk with Scott Grayson from Fox 29 and Grayson's grades at 97.3 ESPN.com. Scott, you have covered Josh Sweat's entire career. He came in with this knee issue. He became a very important player for them. He had a down year. They approached him about a pay cut. He had a solid year this year. And then we talked about it at the Super Bowl about, hey, the two free agents had a chance to make some money, and they cashed in. But let's start with Josh Sweat. He had an unbelievable Super Bowl. There was you could make an argument that he should have been in the MVP conversation there. I think he thinks he possibly should have won the MVP. But is he a guy that you think they need to bring back?
I don't think they need to. Of course, you would like to. I think the guy's still young enough, obviously, that you have a lot in that tank that you still want to tap into. Do they need to bring him back? No, I don't think they need to. But if they can find a number that works, again, trying to slot these guys in with where your pieces sit with the salary cap and finding a deal that might be advantageous to him. I would be interested in bringing him back for sure. And I think, you're right. He played some of his biggest games in the playoffs. I don't think anybody on defense really, you could argue, had a better playoff run than Josh Sweat. He was there every week, seemed to make some big plays along the way. So I like what he did. And yeah, I think he did make himself some money. And he did, as we talked about on Radio Row, have Drew Rosenhaus added as his agent now. And you got to believe Drew is going to command some big money for him.
No doubt.
I don't know the Eagles are willing or have the appetite to pay what Josh Sweat might end up commanding in the market. And they might play the game of, well, go see what you get, and we'll see if we want to come back to you. I just don't think it's a need.
They do, by the way, Milton Williams is a guy they drafted, as they did Sweat. So they have a guy that was their guy. And that was an interesting story because when they drafted him, that was the guy that there was a little beef between Tom Donahue, who kind of looked like he didn't really like the draft choice. Roseman went to give him a little fist bump, and the guy was like, I'm not really into that pick. Well, here we are 4 years later, and this guy's in line to make some big money. But does the history of Milton Williams, his age, and the position he plays say, you know what? You got to bring that guy back, and that you got to prioritize him over everybody else?
Yeah, obviously you can't bring everybody back. We know that. We've been through that before. I think Milton Williams to me is a little bit more likely to be able to bring back than Josh Sweat. So I think if you had to look at one of the other, I think Milton won't command as much money as Sweat will. So I look at Milton and I say, okay, I like what that guy did. Again, he finished the season strong, made a big play in the Super Bowl. I'm interested. If I had to look at it and say I could bring some of these guys back, I would love to get Bond and Milton Williams and possibly let Sweat go. You're right about the age, and that's one difference between this team and the one that won in 2018. Right, this team is a lot younger overall. And so therefore you have a lot of nice pieces that are in place that did some nice things. And you go, wow, there's still some tread on these tires. I hate to let that guy go. And it's going to be interesting to see what they choose to do. But I would bring Bond and Milton Williams back, and I'd consider letting Sweat go.
That's the two guys that I would like to see back as well, Milton and Bond, if you can figure out a way. And I put Bond at the top of the list mainly because I don't want to draft another linebacker if I don't have to.
Yeah.
I do have, and you know some of these guys, Moro, Jomo, Thomas, Booker, Gabe Hall's a guy that they brought in here that they think highly of. They do have some other tackles, maybe not as good as Milton Williams or maybe not as athletic as Milton Williams, but guys they think can take NFL snaps at that position.
Sure, and maybe some of those guys you work with in the offseason to see how they might do on the outside a little bit or see what they can do out there. And obviously I think Howie will be creative in what he chooses to do on the outside to possibly replace a Josh Sweat. But yeah, you're right. I mean, they are deep. They're loaded. There's no glaring holes with this team right now, which is so different too for us to sit here and look at this team. In the past, it was always, linebacker. It was secondary. It is amazing. You talked about the offense. It's like just Mekhi Becton is the only one you potentially could lose off that starting lineup of offensive players. So it's interesting, and it's a different position for this franchise to be in. And I think it's just going to be real interesting to watch through the magnifying glass that Howie Roseman will be under as to what he chooses to do with some of these positions.
Let's talk about Howie Roseman real fast. There was a time where he was the most hated man in Philadelphia sports. Fire Howie was a hashtag that was all over the place. You have covered most of his career as well. The ups, the downs, the broom closet, the return from the broom closet, the Rager pick, all of it. The evolution of Howie and the importance of that to where this franchise has taken itself.
Yeah, I've done a 180 on him. I was very critical of him. I brought up the draft picks. You mentioned Jalen Rager. He's missed. He was on a run of misses, and I think that's what really turned people against him. The thing I really like about Howie, who, by the way, he bleeds for this city, is the fact that he isn't afraid to change. He's not afraid to evolve. He's not afraid to find new ways to do things. And I think he's constantly trying to find ways to manipulate the salary cap in his favor. He's really good at making trades. You heard it. We were talking to somebody on Radio Row. I'm trying to remember.
Thomas Dimitroff.
Yes. There were some guys who oh no, Howie's calling. He said that, and I thought that is very telling. And Howie will try to find guys, right? The young guy, the young GM. We heard that story too about where he might be able to take advantage of a younger GM. I really like the evolution of Howie Roseman. There were times I used to despise this guy. I didn't think he understood what he needed to do in free agency. I didn't think he knew how to do it. I didn't think he knew how to handle the draft. But he's found a way to really be. Let's face it. He's likely a Hall of Fame executive.
Yeah, I think the biggest where you could see a big development is definitely in the drafting, but he went Georgia. And people are like, see, look, he's going SEC. He's not trying to outsmart the room. Then this year he took a kid from Miami of Ohio or Iowa. Where the heck was Quinyon Mitchell? Well, Toledo. He found a guy in Toledo when he could have taken Tavion Arnold from Alabama. He could have just said, I'm going SEC. And he said, nope, I like this guy better. So it shows that he's not just saying, hey, look, see, I'm going SEC. I think that as, and the one thing I always appreciate is Jeffrey Lurie. When everybody hated Roseman, I was kind of like, nah, listen, I get it. He's missed. but what he does in free agency and salary cap, you're not going to just find a guy to do that. Everybody misses in the draft. But I also think that the fact that he learned from his mistakes, that's where Laurie gets credit, that he didn't panic on those mistakes.
Yeah.
Because most organizations, you make mistakes, they pull the plug, and now you're on the hamster wheel.
Yeah, and I think one of the more interesting things to watch, because, as we've talked about, one of Howie's greatest strengths is his ability to manipulate the salary cap and make it work. I'm going to be real curious to see what players he tries to restructure deals with here to make make the salary cap work in their favor, to be able to get as many of these guys back. We talked about the guys back. You got guys on long-term deals like an A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts. You can manipulate some of those deals, restructure them a little bit till you have more money available now to be able to sustain where you are. Like, these guys want to go back and get another ring. You heard Saquon right after the game. I'm selfish. I want another one.
Yeah.
I think there's some reworking of deals here that could potentially happen, and that's where I look to see Howie Roseman play that salary cap game, and places where he's learned to do that could help this team stay up at the top of the league.
Scott Grayson from Fox 29. Grayson's grades, another season in the books. The offseason is here. We got you covered on the Sports Bash. All right, Scott, we'll see you on the television, man.
Yeah, you got it, Mike. Take care.
All right, there's Scott Grayson, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We appreciate him, as always. By the way, Jalen Hurts, he was asked about the Eagles' new offensive coordinator, Kevin Patullo, and what he thought about it. This was a couple of days ago when asked if he would want Patullo in that job.
It's hard to compare, that role to this role, because his job is going to demand something totally different of him. And I have a lot of confidence in him and what he's shown. However, I know, over the years I've learned that's out of my jurisdiction. And so kind of just taking things as they come and trying to go out there and be the best I can be and just learn and evolve.
That was Jalen Hurts a couple of days ago. A ringing endorsement? I wouldn't say that. That's what he had to say about the new Eagles coordinator, Kevin Patullo. He was hired earlier today. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, want to tell you about my friends over at Game Day Men's Health. I stopped over there, saw Mike and the team at Game Day Men's Health, and learned a lot about the place. They do so many different things for guys out there. Testosterone, weight loss, ED, vitamin injections, MSK therapy, treatment areas that you probably never even thought of. Check them out, Game Day Men's Health. And what they really specialize in is making you have tough conversations and making it comfortable. All right, you can stop in. It's a very cool environment. Get on out there, check out the place, have a conversation. Game Day Men's Health. 3069 English Creek Avenue, Egg Harbor Township. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We got so much more to go on this Wednesday edition. Stick around. 5:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. I just heard the weather, some snow flying around. My girlfriend is like upstate New York. That's where she's from. Her parents and her friends are sending us pictures. No joke, they've got like 7 feet of snow. I am so out on that. I heard Mike Gill say this. Nothing ages worse than a snowstorm when you're an adult. You're a kid, you want a snowstorm, you don't want school. I never want to see snow again in my life. Never. Never. Wise Rye is back. Ryan Rothstein is back. Segment we like to call Rye or Sigh. Couple of random observations, maybe not so random, that Rye will have. We'll see if I agree, disagree. There's a lot going on as we're in the offseason and then the stretch run for the awful Sixers season, Flyers season, getting ready for the Phillies season, college basketball, getting ready for March Madness. I know they want to expand the tournament. So what is on our mind today?
Yeah, MG, let's get into it. So the betting world, by the way, has Mike Gill's size for this segment set at 2.5. I think the over's a lock.
We'll see. I had a big battle with Earnshaw earlier today with something that he brought up.
Whoa! Can you give me a hint? I missed that.
He thought that. I guess Carson Wentz was asked about if he could be one quarterback for one day, and he said Nick Foles. And Earnshaw said he felt jealousy in that comment. I was like, I feel like he's grown up. Like, hey, like he was next man up. He won the Super Bowl. I was a big part of that team for that day. Yeah, sure, I would like to be the guy who played, but good for him.
Yeah, a little weird, but Wentz is weird. All right, let's get into it. Wiser Side. Now, I have a lot I wanted to get in here on the debut of Wiser Side, but I want to start with this news, mainly nationally. It caught my attention. ESPN, NFL Live, some talking heads were talking about the Eagles and their offseason and the importance of signing, quote, all of the free agent stars. And I'm sort of shaking my head. I feel like they're trying to generate something that just quite simply isn't there. And one of their analysts, Bill Barnwell, he got on the program and he basically went on a 2-minute rant of pleading to Howie on why he needs to basically back the Brinks truck up, whatever that may look like, for linebacker Zach Bond. And that's sort of where I want to start, because this is an interesting, polarizing debate and conversation right now with Eagles fans, and I wanted your opinion. I'll give mine, and you can either sigh at it or get into your side of this story here, MG. But I almost, and this is no disrespect to Bond, love his story. He was awesome. Huge role in getting this city, getting this franchise another Super Bowl ring. Loved it. You move on. You shake hands, right? Unless there's some crazy deal that I'm not aware of that the Eagles can possibly agree to with linebacker Zach Bond, then great. But I did see Bill Barnwell, and that's what really got my gears going, MG. He threw out numbers of $25 million a year, 23, 27, and that's where I'm like, there's no way an HE double hockey stick, bro, that I'm giving Zach Bond, a journeyman, that type of bread. Do you sigh, or what's your take?
Well, if $25+ million, yeah, now he automatically becomes the highest paid linebacker by far in the league.
Right.
I think $19 million, we talked earlier during Football at 4, right now is the highest paid linebacker in the league. Me, though, I actually think Bond is the priority here, and I'll tell you why.
Wow.
I'm not saying I'm going to overpay, but I'm going to try to make sure that I bring him back here. And my reasoning is this. The other 3 free agents that are deemed the key ones, Becton, Sweat, Milton Williams, they are 3 areas where I have drafted very well in the past. I've drafted guard, I've drafted defensive tackle, I've drafted edge rusher. What I don't like to draft is linebacker. So I finally found a linebacker. I don't want to have to draft another linebacker, so I am willing to pay him if I'm not going to pay the other guys, because I can go and get Tyler Steen and play him at guard. I can play Moro Ojomo, and I can put him at tackle, and I can draft a tackle. I can draft an edge rusher. I'm willing to draft those positions. I'm not very willing to draft a linebacker, so that's where I'll put my priority with those 4 guys.
just to add another layer to this convo, interesting that you view that in that manner, because I look at the front seven and I look at how Howie has built these Eagles rosters over the years and which teams each year has had the most success, right? Obvious, the 2 Super Bowl years, loaded up front in the trenches on both sides, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. I'm not diminishing the linebacker position, but I don't want to take all the current factors, and I know the Kobe Dean injury is going to be a factor in how this plays out as well. I don't want to overpay and hamstring ourselves because we just felt like we had to.
I agree with that. I agree. Like, I'm not paying you 18, 19, 20 million. Like, this goes back to you've done it 1 year, you exceeded the expectations, but you don't go from $3.5 million to then $20 million. You know, there's got to be some middle ground here of, hey, we gave you the opportunity, you outperformed. We're not asking you to get under market value, but then don't hit us over the head. Now, the obvious thing would be if somebody else comes in and says, we're going to hit you over the head. Okay, I get it. You might be not, like a couple of years ago, they had TJ Edwards. They liked TJ Edwards. TJ Edwards was a pretty good player for them. He helped them get to the Super Bowl. Well, the Bears said, here's $8 million. And the Eagles said, I can't pay $8 million. It's too much of where you were to now where you are. They might make that number go up a little bit. They might say, this is where you were. We can go to here now. But if somebody does what they did to TJ Edwards, the Eagles have to then make the decision.
Yeah, and we've had this whole conversation. We'll move on, but I'll end with this. Assuming sort of, Mike Gill, that Bond is going to be this guy, right? Like my fear, one of my bigger fears as it relates to this conversation is the fact that we're not going to get that guy again, whether it's in Philly or elsewhere.
I don't know what to think about that, because we've never seen him anywhere else. We've only seen him here. By the way, TJ Edwards signed a 3-year, $19 million contract with the Bears. So he got a huge number, and the Eagles said that's just simply too much for us. Same thing, though. TJ Edwards had played with the Eagles a couple of seasons, 2 years, so they had a little bit more resume on him. And by the way, he's gone to the Bears and been a pretty good player. It's not like he went there and kind of flamed out. I mean, you could make an argument he's been better with the Bears than he was in Philadelphia. So I'm sure the Eagles last year were saying, crap, we probably should have brought TJ Edwards back when they had Nick Morrow and Zach Cunningham playing the position.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, good stuff. We got to move on here for Rye or Cy. Let's get to bullet point topic number 2. And I know listeners are not going to love this, but I had to weasel in a brief 76ers Rye or Cy. And I'll give myself a Cy here, but I just want your thoughts because I stumbled upon this clip of Kawhi Leonard hitting a Game 7 buzzer beater against the Sixers. It was May of 2019. Over 5 years ago. We're going on 6 years since that happened. And I just remember thinking back to all the hope. That was a devastating moment, but all the hope that we had at fans and people following the team at that time. And just the letdown that this franchise has fed this city and its fan base over the past 6 years. You look at what this team has done over that 6-year trajectory since that devastating shot. Zippo. It's unacceptable, man. Was that the peak of the Joel Embiid era? 6 years ago.
The peak of the Joel Embiid era.
Because we had hope then. That's why I ask it. I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we were talking about this earlier, how this year, right now, to me, is the most disappointing season in the last 25 years. I mean, you go back to the Iverson team that went to the finals, everything after that. And that includes process years, 10-win seasons, whatever you want to throw in there. This one's the worst. This is the worst season in the last 25 years because of the expectations. Yes, there has been so many disappointings. The 2019 team is probably the closest that you ever have been. And then afterwards, you know, that's where kind of decisions that were made in that offseason unraveled the thing. You choose Simmons over Butler, which in hindsight is a terrible decision. But at that time, I think you have to choose Simmons over Butler at that time. I mean, you got a guy 23 years old against a guy 30, three-time All-Star, three-time All-NBA player. You can't pick the older guy. Now, Butler goes on, and he has a lot of gas in the tank, and Simmons goes AWOL. So that decision blows up in their face, and then so many other things afterwards. But, yes, 6 years ago is probably the closest team that you felt to winning the title. Well, I mean, they did have the team the next year that lost to the Hawks. I mean, that team was a number one seed. You really felt they should beat the Hawks. The Hawks had an upset, and now you're playing a Hawks team that you're like, they shouldn't even be here, and they beat you in Game 7.
Yeah. What was worse, before I get to my another point, I know we're wrapping up here on Ryer's side, Atlanta Hawks or the Arizona Diamondbacks loss for Philly sports?
Great question. I would say it's
tough.
Both completely egregious.
No wrong answer, by the way, listeners out there. I mean,
probably the Hawks one.
I would agree. Although two at the bank, I digress.
That's a good point. Although you lost Game 7 at home.
Yeah, 6 and 7 at the bank. You blew it. All right, Ryer Sy, Kevin Petula. Who? I thought it was Big Dom's job, man. I really did.
Maybe it still is.
It might be, low-key. Kevin Petula replaces Kellen Moore. To put you in a corner here, to Sy or no Sy, is this hire too reminiscent of Brian Johnson?
It is, but I'm going to agree with their decision here, and that is because of the turnover of play callers. The amount of play callers that they've had here has been unbelievable. In fact, the amount of play callers for Jalen Hurts since 2016. Lane Kiffin, Steve Sarkisian. 2017, Brian Dable, Mike Loxley. 2018, Mike Loxley and Josh Gaddis. 2019, Lincoln Riley. 2020, Doug Peterson. 2021, Nick Sirianni, Shane Steichen. 2022, Shane Steichen. 2023, Brian Johnson. 2024, Kellen Moore. 2025, Kevin Petula. I mean, at least Kevin Petula has been in the same room as Kellen Moore and some of the others, so you can streamline that. I don't think it's the most qualified guy, and that's where the Brian Johnson vibes come in. But did you want to bring in an outside voice and implement a whole nother new offense?
If that was the better option, I know that's a lazy answer, but where I'm sitting, I can afford to give that type of answer. So I don't know. It's obviously a wait and see thing. You sort of trust them.
They were not in an envious position. Here's the one thing I would add. Kevin Petula, as a young guy, I think he's in his early 40s. If he has a good year, what's going to happen? Someone's going to call him to be their head coach. I may have looked for a older Vic Fangio type of guy who maybe the head coaching days are behind him to try to keep that guy here for multiple years. That's all.
Yeah. No, I think it's fair, and I'll end with this. Does it even matter? Have the Eagles made this coaching position extinct? It's a different guy every year. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it did matter. It did matter 2 years ago when they hired Brian Johnson. That didn't work out.
Sure, no, that was a failure. But from zooming out, the body of work has paid off. But I digress, man. Not as many Sys as I would have liked. The under did cash, but Ryer Sy. There you go.
All right, we'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll have some fun with that. And, of course, you can hear that on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Later, brother.
All right, Wise Rye on the X platform. Check him out over there. We'll play Rye or Sy. We'll have some sports topics each and every day on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Hey, want to tell you about my friends over at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township. They're the number 2 ranked restaurant in all of New Jersey, regardless of style of fare. And you can check them out 7 days a week, 11:30 to 9:30. And this is what I really love. They welcome bookings for events, catering. You can reserve your own table or the entire restaurant for a private party or a corporate event. They've got the facilities to host your next company outing. Check out the Nizams.com for more information. Mike Gill on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. They've got a decision on the coordinator. It is Kevin Petula, by the way. He is the passing game coordinator and assistant head coach. He will be elevated to the job. I wrote an article at 973ESPN.com about different candidates. One of the candidates, Frank Reich. Frank, was never really the play caller here. He went out of the organization and was not a very successful play caller. He was in Indianapolis. He got fired. He went to Carolina. He got fired. I don't know that Frank was a great play caller. I think he was, and by the way, he was the head coach while Nick Sirianni worked for him. Kind of a weird situation. Apparently they have a very good relationship, but now I'm going to bring you in here and you're going to work for me. I think that would have been a weird situation. And by the way, Frank never worked with Jalen. He was gone by the time Jalen was here. So that was one guy. Another guy I mentioned was Mike McCoy, who he was the head coach in San Diego with the Chargers. I think they were still in San Diego at the time. And Nick was his wide receivers coach. So McCoy would have been one of those more veteran guys that maybe you brought in, and maybe he's not looking for another head coaching gig, or people wouldn't really be interested in him as a head coach. We'll see how this all works out. More Sports Bash on the way. Bet365 play of the day. We'll wrap up the show. Some final thoughts. They're all coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. All right, get ready to get out here. It's Wednesday night. Mike Gill, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We've got Bet365 Play of the Day coming up. I don't know how I did last night. Josh isn't here to tell me. He usually keeps track of my plays. I think I took the over, memory serves, in the Illinois-Wisconsin game. I think was one of my plays. And was it Michigan State against Purdue? I think I took Michigan State. I got to check back to see how those things did. I'll see if I can pull that up for you real quick. Tonight we're going Washington State Gonzaga under 163.5. And I'll take the Lakers tonight against the Hornets, minus 12.5. L.A. against Charlotte. They are my Bet365 plays of the day. Yeah, we're in the college basketball season and getting ready. There's a lot of talk about the tournament and them expanding the field, which, I'm pretty much against for competitive reasons. I don't really need to see 80 teams or whatever they're talking about get into the NCAA tournament. It's like enough already. Come on, right? We don't need to just start. It's just like everybody gets a trophy. Everybody gets into the tournament. Why not? Because we don't want to make tough decisions, so we'll just put 80 teams in. I think they're talking about like 78 teams potentially, but I don't really need to see 70-plus teams get in to the NCAA tournament. Now, selfishly, this is where you have to be objective. I don't really want the tournament to expand. Selfishly, I love the NCAA tournament. And part of it is if they expand is they would play games all day, Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, which I would love. But for the sake of the tournament, I don't really think that's a good idea. I mean, you're literally putting games on from noon to midnight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, that would be awesome as a viewer, but you're watching a lot of bad basketball games. So I think I'll pass on the expansion of the tournament, which, by the way, is going to happen at some point. Why? Mo money. Mo money, mo money. All right, that's it for me. Coming up next, Josh has the night off. It's the best of the Sports Bash on the way. Stick around for that, plus the Sixers-Celtics tomorrow night. You can hear that game on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers are back on Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock against Edmonton right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks to everybody who watched the show at Mike Gill Show on the X platform and on YouTube. And, of course, for all of you on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, appreciate you as always. Don't forget, Friday, we are live at 279 Social Kitchen and Craft Bar. We'll see you there Friday.